o'clock, and I am going to open our meeting. I'll start by just acknowledging that we do have quite a full public gallery, and that's very welcome. But if people would mind just ensuring that there is no disruptions from the gallery, and perhaps if the banners, not so much the flag, but the sort of distracting signs could just be lowered so that they're not, that'd be great. There's one at the window as well, if that could just be put down, please. Thank you. All right, so the meeting is being live streamed to the community, and I'll ask that elected members wait for me to announce them before they speak. We have one apology from Councillor Elliott and an application for leave of absence later. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we're meeting, the Muanina people who lived in this part of Lutruwita, Tasmania for hundreds of generations before the Europeans arrived in 1804 and changed their life in this part of Lutruwita forever. I'd like to also acknowledge the Palawa people of Tasmania, who are the ongoing traditional owners and custodians of this land, and acknowledge the elders past and present. Thank you. Minutes of our last meeting, 30th of October. Would someone like to move those? Deputy Lord Mayor move. Seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 3 is transfer of agenda items. Councillor Dutta.
I would suggest that we transfer item number 27, which is ceasefire, to item number 10, because there are people in the gallery who are here and there are others who are listening in as well. Thank you.
So that's moved by Councillor Dutta, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'd like to transfer item 9 in the closed to the open, please.
Seconder for that. Councillor Kelly.
Just get advice from legal and governance about any implications for moving that item out of closed.
So item 9. So that touches, I need to be careful what I say in open council, that touches on matters relating to the workplace and the health and safety of personnel. That sort of matter is provided for in the meeting regs for why it is enclosed v open. My advice is it would be highly preferential it remain enclosed for those reasons. Council would then have it discretion at the end of the debate in any subsequent motion to move that decision back into open if it so chooses.
I have a question through you to the appropriate person. Advise me how flying a particular flag is and can be considered an occupational health and safety issue. There's one flying in the back of the room right now, Lord Mayor. So if there's a risk, we're at risk right at this point in time.
I'm more than happy to give frank advice on these matters enclosed. That is why the agenda item is enclosed.
Well, Lord Mayor...
he's answered your question.
Yes, well, I've moved to go into close, so I'll get that answer because we've got a flag flying in the room at this point in time and I can't see how that is a risk to anybody.
Okay, that's a comment. So I'll put the transfer, the motion to move the item. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Coates, Councillor Posselt, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Field, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor.
Okay, so we're moving on now to communications from the Chair, and I do have a couple of communications. So last week I had the pleasure of welcoming the Mayor of Yaizu City, Mayor Nakano, to Hobart. And Yaizu is our long-standing sister city that we are from Japan, obviously. And so it was really pleasing to see the Mayor and the delegation back here in Hobart after a break from COVID. Elected members were invited to welcome the delegation and partake in a traditional tea ceremony. And at that welcome there was also an exchange of gifts, including this from the Mayor, this mascot, the official mascot of Yaizu, called a Yai-chan. It was presented to me. The Yai-chan is a bonito fish, and it has special citizenship status in Yaizu. Apparently lots of cities in Japan have these mascots. So the Mayor advised me that they are having a costume being made of this mascot that will be sent to the city in April and could be perhaps used in the Christmas pageant next year. I presented the Mayor with local products, including products from the Salamanca market, as well as a picture of Hobart by local artist Sam Lynn. And they also had briefings from officers. They visited IMAS, so I think the delegation was a success. I also would like to acknowledge with sadness the death of former Hobart City Council Lord Mayor Brian Broadby on the 24th of October 2023. Brian was an alderman on the council from 1972 to 1986. He held the office of Deputy Lord Mayor from 1976 to 82, and at that time, Hobart's youngest Lord Mayor, aged 41 from 1984 to 1986. Brian was described as a young and energetic elected member. He was an active member in progress associations. He was State Secretary of the Pensioners Union and elected to the Hobart City Council in 1972, aged 29. He had a strong following through his work for community organisations, especially the progress associations, where his legal training enabled him to argue successfully in support of residents' rights. He was praised for his clarity of thought and his excellence as a chairman. Brian was a very proud Hobartian and supported development of the city. Under his leadership, the council produced a promotional booklet to show other Australians what they were missing about Hobart. It was printed in Japanese and Chinese as well as English. Brian was also the person who came up with the idea of the Christmas pageant, and he also wanted to lure retired and semi-retired people to come and live in Hobart, which was an idea taken up by the Tasmanian Development Authority at the time. With the Christmas pageant, it was very much Brian's energy to get the partnerships of the Myer Department Store and the Lions Club to establish the inaugural pageant in 1979, and it is obviously still running 41 years later, so it is a great legacy that Brian left. So I'd like to send our sincere sympathies to Brian's wife and former Lady Mayoress Janet, and his 3 daughters, Kim, Caroline and Brooke, and their partners, as well as his 13 grandchildren, 24 great-grandchildren. And I think Brian's family may be coming in as part of our annual general meeting as well. I think we've invited them to be part of that. So as a mark of respect, I ask that the Chamber rises to observe a minute's silence. Item 5 is the notification of council workshops. There have been 2 since our last meeting. The first one was on the 6th of November, which was on the climate strategy and customer satisfaction and business surveys, as well as visitor infrastructure on the mountain. And then on Monday, the 20th of November, the workshop was about the Macquarie Point precinct plan and also a briefing on this council agenda. Now, it's public question time, and I know we have a couple of questions here from former Alderman Leo Foley. Would you like to come forward and...
This one spot?
That's where you speak into, yes. Now, Mr Foley, can I just remind you that these actually do relate to items on the agenda, which normally we wouldn't, isn't normally allowed, but we will allow them this time. And also just request that you just are conscious of the way that you refer to the staff as in your questions. Thank you.
I don't need either of those provisos. I'm referring to a decision by Council on the 30th of October to change the method of property valuation and uses for calculating council rates from assessed annual value to capital value. And I'm also referring to the decision by Council on 23rd of January this year, 2023, on the same subject, at which time it was stated, and I quote, 10.1, an important element is community and stakeholder engagement. 10.2.1, input from an advisory committee of ratepayer representatives is invaluable. It is therefore proposed to establish an advisory group. 10.2.2, it is proposed that submissions are sought from the community on the draft strategy. None of these things have happened. So my question, Lord Mayor, is why has Council made a decision that ignores the primary principle of rating, the benefit principle? It penalises the poor, makes housing more unaffordable, condemns renters to live in substandard accommodation, all without any reference to the public that was promised and the public that will be so badly affected.
Foley, we are going to take your question on notice and provide you with a written response. You have a second question?
Second question refers to the same decision by Council on 30th October 2023 to change the method of property valuation and uses for calculating council rates from assessed annual value to capital value. Despite promises to ensure community consultation and even establish an advisory panel, no consultation at all has taken place. As part of the review of its rating and valuation strategy, Council is undertaking a series of elected member workshops. This is done in private meetings, behind closed doors, with no input or oversight by the public. My question is, in the interests of transparency and community engagement, will Council provide the content of those workshops to the general public? In particular, will the notes of the consultant be released to the general public?
We'll take that one on notice too. Thank you. And there is also an item on this on the agenda tonight.
I can only refer to decisions made by Council. I don't really care what you're doing tonight. And the third one refers to the same decision, 30th of October, to change the method of property evaluation for calculating council rates from assessed annual value to capital value. I refer also to the agenda for that council meeting, which states, and I quote, I won't quote the whole thing. It says that rating on land value would result in similar levels of rates being levied on a one-bedroom dwelling on a large block of land as are applied to a 6-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-garage on a similar block of land. And really, Lord Mayor, is that the best that proponents of capital value can do? Note that the one-bedroom place is on a large block of land. That would be rather unusual, don't you think? And even if it did occur, do we want to reward that owner for underdeveloping their land? Aren't we trying to promote density? Councillors, the real situation is that families live in big houses. They need the extra rooms. There aren't many in Hobart because we've already forced them to live at the margins, incurring travel costs and loss of parent-child time. Think it through. You'll find plenty of larger houses in Glenorchy and Sorrel, and they house large families. Those people are not rich. Most are carrying a huge mortgage, but you would tax them as rich people. It's shameful. The question, Lord Mayor, is the capital value rating is a tax on families. Why would Council want to penalise families?
Thanks, Mr Foley. We'll take that question on notice as well. Thank you for your questions. Okay, are there any other questions from the floor? There being none, we will move on to petitions. Are there any petitions? Yeah.
Lord Mayor, we have a petition from Edward Johnson of Battery Point on the subject of Hobart traffic management position. The petition seeks to allow for greater flexibility with lane closures by not applying blanket bans to vehicle and pedestrian access, and to advise the state government on either adjusting or removing all scramble crossings to allow traffic to flow. And the petition has 360 signatures.
They go to the appropriate committee or council, wherever these days.
Second, moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Supplementary items, there are none, I don't think.
Where of?
Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Are there any that anyone would like to declare in the open agenda? There being none, we will move on. So item 10 is the new item 10 as moved by Councillor Dutta is Councillor Dutta's motion. So I will ask Councillor Dutta to introduce his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the motion as it appears in our council papers.
Seconded by Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. The motion reads as follows: that the Hobart City Council, 1, joins the federal government in condemning the abhorrent acts committed by Hamas, specifically the intentional and widespread killing and abduction of innocent Israeli civilians, including vulnerable individuals such as older persons and children. 2, condemns Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate military attacks against the Palestinian people of Gaza, comprising over 2.3 million people, nearly half of whom are children. 3, affirms its commitment to fundamental human rights principles and international conventions that condemn hostage-taking, and emphatically calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all the Israeli hostages by Hamas. And 4, that the Lord Mayor write to the Prime Minister, Honourable Anthony Albanese, to call on the Australian government to uphold international law by A, seeking to leverage its influence to broker a ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank, and urgently working towards ensuring the sufficient delivery of humanitarian aid, including food, fuel, medicine to Gaza. Additionally, advocating for the unconditional restoration of water and electricity. B, acknowledging concerns regarding the disproportionate use of force by the Israeli government against Palestine. It urges the Australian Prime Minister to use diplomatic channels to encourage both parties to prioritize a ceasefire, fostering an environment conducive to dialogue and peaceful coexistence. And C, urging for a ceasefire, we contribute to the global efforts to prevent further loss of life and promotes a diplomatic resolution to the long-standing conflict. Let me begin by asking 2 very simple questions. The first question is this: why is it that we have brought this motion to Council? This motion is brought to the Council by myself, Councillor Bill Harvey, and Councillor Dr. Zelinda Sherlock. The answer to that question is very simple. We were approached by a number of people, and some of us also received emails with regards to bringing a motion to Council. There was no direction, no directive given to us as to how the motion should be formulated. It was our view that we have to have a balanced motion, and we believe this is a very balanced motion. So the motion is here because the community members have approached us to do so. The second question is this: whether a councillor or council, we are entitled to bring this motion to this chamber. Now, the vision statement that we use, and this one here, which is a very crucial booklet, as it were, serves as a Bible for the council. This is what it says: we are brave and caring. We resist mediocrity. Page 23. Pillar 8 in the same vision statement, 8.1.1, states, we are strong in ethics. Page 52. On 28th of February 2022, at this particular council meeting on that date, there was a communication from the Lord Mayor as the chair of the council. And this is what she said, and I quote, "The city stands in solidarity and support of the continuing rights of all people to be free from fear and to go about their lives in peace. Our thoughts are with the Ukrainian community in Hobart and all the innocent people affected by the conflict. We hope that a peaceful solution is found soon." The principle there is very clear. We stand by and support the people who suffer and their families and relatives are here. It is a matter of principle of peace and justice. Later on in that same meeting, there was a motion moved by former Alderman Jeff Briscoe and was seconded by our Deputy Mayor. You may read that later. Pillar 8.5.1, again in the vision statement, states this: we empower community members to have their say. We act on public suggestions. Page 52. Our staff has said this: the City of Hobart has previously taken positions on issues in relation to human rights, including but not limited to marriage equality and recent voice referendum. The Local Governments Act very clearly, section 28(1)(a) provides as follows: the functions of the council, 1 states this: a councillor in the capacity of an individual councillor has the following functions. A, to represent the community. And this is what we are doing today. We are representing the community. Now our staff...
30 seconds.
May I have an extension of 3 minutes, please?
Seconded by, moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Our staff have clearly stated that we can be an advocate for international peace and goodwill. Calling for a ceasefire would be an appropriate neutral response. Now, as a local council, our geographical distance does not vindicate us of the moral obligation to voice and represent our community's stance against the Palestinian and Israeli conflict. The impacts of global events resonate far beyond physical proximity. We are interconnected as a global community, and our responsibility is to uphold the values of peace, justice, and compassion. Our motion is a powerful declaration that transcends kilometers, borders, geopolitics, ideologies, physical distance, but echoing the collective conscience of our constituents who yearn for a world free from the horrors of war. Let us not underestimate the significance of our role as advocates for just and a peaceful world. Advocating for peace through diplomatic channels is a responsibility we share as global citizens. Our collective voice, even in the form of a letter, can contribute to raising awareness and fostering dialogue. It's essential to utilize every available avenue to promote peace, and our efforts, no matter how modest, demonstrates a commitment to a well-being of our global community, our international family. I believe the power of advocacy transcends the perceived limitations of our local council. In times of conflict, every voice matters. Our motion for a ceasefire is a symbolic stand against violence. And while we may not single-handedly end a war, we can inspire change. To call this motion virtue signaling, like someone has or some people have, is rather unfortunate. Such a characterization not only diminishes the sincerity of our collective commitment, but also undermines the importance of standing against violence and injustice. Labeling efforts for peace as mere posturing overlooks the gravity of the global issues at hand. Let us, as councillors and this council, rise above dismissive rhetoric, cliches, and instead focus on the shared responsibility we bear to contribute in whichever way we can
30
to
seconds.
bring about peace in this world. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a question through you to the appropriate officer or the CEO. What is the position of the council officers in accordance to the administrative response, please?
That is listed in the agenda, Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I'm asking a question of it. I'd like to hear from the
I'd like them to read out their
yes,
written
thank you.
advice. Would you like to do that, or would you like me to read it out?
Lord Mayor, sorry, all due respect, I did ask through you to the appropriate officer.
And if you like.
So two of the stated aims of the city's international relations policy are to show our support for policy positions that align to the national interest and be an advocate for international peace and goodwill. The Australian government's current position on the Israel-Gaza crisis is that Australia does not recognise a Palestinian state. Australia is committed to a two-state solution in which Israel and a future Palestine state coexist in peace and security within internationally recognised borders. The City of Hobart has previously taken positions on issues in relation to human rights, including but not limited to marriage equality and the recent Voice referendum. Frameworks and policies that have been adopted by the City of Hobart that are informed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights include Hobart, a City for All Community Inclusion and Equity framework, as well as the City's Social Inclusion Policy. There is nothing to preclude the Council from adopting the proposed motion. However, officers advise against any action that could be construed as support for a party to the Gaza conflict, as it risks stoking community division and could also expose elected members and staff to abuse. Calling for a ceasefire would be an appropriately neutral response.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I reserve the right to speak and move a foreshadowed motion that a report be prepared to consider an option for the Council to implement a charity fund for displaced children from any conflicts from any country globally. I move that as a foreshadowed motion, and I also move that the motion that's currently before us be put.
Okay, that's a procedural motion that we'd need a seconder for. Seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. So just to clarify, that the motion be put means that there wouldn't be any further debate. It would just be put to a vote right now. So that's the nature of that procedural motion from Alderman Zuko. So I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Coates.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor. The motion is lost.
Okay, so any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll keep my comments reasonably brief. It was outlined by the mover of the motion that as elected representatives we do have the ability to bring motions forward. The remit is quite broad. However, I do think we need to be very mindful when we do that it is a very public forum, and often there are nuances and there are community concerns on both sides. And so I'm always very hesitant myself, and would urge others to be very hesitant in bringing forward motions such as this, albeit, and I have worked with the councillors to party to this motion for many years, and I do not believe any of them to be in any way other than upstanding citizens, and I genuinely believe that they were approached and are acting on behalf of groups in the community, albeit I myself would not have brought this motion. That said, look, sometimes the world doesn't wait for the agendas of Hobart City Council. I'm pleased to note that in media reporting it seems that there is now a ceasefire taking place in this conflict, and so in some respects this motion has outlived its usefulness. But look, in reading the officer's response, it is clear that they consider calling for a ceasefire to be a neutral response. They haven't really made mention, and I do note that section 2 of this motion seems to prejudge the actions, and it may well be found, and I'll be the first one to stand up and condemn them if they are found wanting, but number 2 in my mind does prejudge what is happening on the ground, and for the City of Hobart to condemn a party to this conflict and accuse them of indiscriminate and disproportionate in advance of that having actually been tried and found in the National Court, I do find problematic. And on top of that, I guess I would note that there are many innocent groups in this conflict. There are Palestinians who have found themselves in a war. There are Israelis that have found themselves in a war. There are people in communities all around the world who have links to those groups who are now hurting as well. And dare I say it, those who hope for peace, including Australia and a two-state solution, it would seem that unfortunately this conflict has put it back. There was a ceasefire on the 6th of October. Unfortunately, that ceasefire was broken on the 7th of October. It would appear that there is a limited ceasefire in place now. And so in calling for a ceasefire, I don't have a huge issue with it, but it may well be happening. But I just think we shouldn't go down the path of seeking to comment any further on this conflict, noting, of course, that members of communities do have strong views and do have strong links, and there are people hurting on the Israeli and the Palestinian side. Thank you.
Excuse me, if people would refrain from calling out from the public gallery, just allow the debate to play out. It is a democratic chamber, and we do ask that you respect the voices of all of our democratically elected representatives. Further discussion?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kelly.
Look, I fully respect that local councillors have personal viewpoints on international matters, particularly when it comes to incidents as disturbing as the Gaza conflict. There is also the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Somalian civil war, the ethnic violence and massacres in South Sudan at the moment, the Myanmar civil war, the injustices of the Timorese. I could continue on with this sad list for many hours. Local government is exactly that. Local issues that affect local people that are dealt with by local elected members. There is the United Nations, there is the federal government, all who have the responsibility to deal with international conflicts. The Australian federal government has an official stance on the Israeli-Palestinian situation, and it is inappropriate and divisive that a local council in Hobart try to overturn the sovereign government's position on this. Nowhere does it say in the Local Government Act 1993 that defines local government's responsibilities that we should be delving into decisions relating to international conflicts and incidents. There's a list of 15 examples of what we should be doing, and it even expands further on that, and it makes no mention of these international incidents. Precedents of previous council's decisions no way justify decisions that we make here tonight. Here we have a motion that is in the reverse. It's actually dividing this very chamber and it's dividing this very community. I've travelled through the Middle East and have experienced and witnessed the injustices levied on people who live there. Through my 20 years of owning and managing the state cinema, I was proud to host the annual Palestinian Film Festival, which wasn't very popular with certain members of the community. Regrettably, I cannot support this motion tonight. I believe that I as a council have to learn that we have to stay in the lane that we're meant to be in, and we must learn from the decisions that we make here. Once again, regrettably, I cannot support this motion.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, through you to the appropriate officer. I just have a question, Lord Mayor. Does the Local Government Act preclude the Lord Mayor and or any elected member in writing to the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese about any matter?
I can...
Take that on me, or?
I'm happy to pass it on to Mr Young, but I think the answer is there is none.
No, correct. There is nothing precluding that from occurring as it stands, Alderman
Thank you.
Zuko.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I commend the motion. I am very pleased to see this motion before us tonight from Councillors Dutta, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Sherlock. I think, Lord Mayor, that good people should act for peace. I think it's incumbent on us all to be working towards peace, even though we're on the other side of the world from these horrendous conflicts, and but in particular the conflict that we see between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Sometimes we can feel really powerless when we are on the other side of the world and away from these horrors of war. This is a simple stand of solidarity for peace. There are community concerns, and I think we as a council and councillors have a right to either stand by this or to not stand by this. I think it is not something that we'll be unanimous in, but I do think that we should be standing for peace. I've, like other councillors around the table, have been joining the groups who have stood on the side of the road to raise awareness of the plight of Palestinian men, women and children whose houses have been bombarded, and it certainly, when I say that, I condemn the actions of Hamas. But I believe that those are peaceful protests, and it is a peaceful right of everybody in Tasmania, thankfully, to protest peacefully. And I stand proudly with those people who are standing in support of the Palestinians. So I highly condone this motion. I think it's a very solid motion, and feel that as part of the peace movement, it is incumbent on me to also support this.
Councillor Harvey.
Firstly, thanks, Alderman Dutta, for your passionate speech. I fully support the words you spoke. And I've got to just reflect back on my time arguing and protesting for peace, and it goes back to 1990, and it was with the invasion of Iraq, the first invasion of Iraq. And I was protesting against war. I wasn't protesting for the US or for the Allies. I wasn't protesting against Iraq or for Iraq. I was protesting against war. And in my time over the last 30 years, I've visited a couple of war zones, conflict zones, where there's been guerrilla wars going on, and it's really eye-opening to go to refugee camps and meet people So I'm supporting this because I believe in peace. And if you don't believe in peace, then what do you believe in? You believe in nothing. So to support this for me is a demonstration of a commitment to peace, and that's peace all over the world. And there's conflicts going on, as mentioned by Councillor Kelly. And I don't support any of those conflicts. It's not a conflict I've ever supported. But what I do support here is the motion tonight that this council can make. We can make this motion because it's within our remit as a council, and we should support this motion because it's just a little thing that the City of Hobart can do that puts the pressure on the state government, federal government, whoever else has jurisdiction in this space, the federal government I should have said. We show support for the Labor Party and the Federal Labor Party, who also support what we're saying here tonight, that they're looking for a permanent ceasefire. And ceasefire was mentioned, but it was what, 4 days, 5 days, whatever it is. And when you see the statistics of what's going on in this conflict, it's appalling. And I think we should add our weight to creating peace in the world. And if we can do this by supporting this motion in a little way that helps our federal government support peace, then I think we should support this. And I think everyone around the table should be supporting peace in the world and within this conflict. This conflict won't end unless there's global support for peace, and that's what I'm pushing tonight.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a father, I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm a husband, I'm a healthcare worker, and I'm a humanist, and I'm a member of the global society that we call Earth, and I abhor violence, and I abhor suffering even more. And what we've seen in both Israel and Gaza over the last 2 months has brought suffering on millions of people. Millions of people that are experiencing suffering right there in Gaza, but also suffering to families, friends, and pacifists around the world. Some of the images that we've seen from Gaza of children that have lost parents and siblings, of ambulances, my colleagues, being destroyed by bombardment, of apartment blocks collapsing, are terrifying and horrific. And equally, the stories that we heard from Israel on the day of the attack from Hamas were horrific. People should be able to go about their life in peace and safety. And so I welcome this motion by Councillor Dutta. It does go some way beyond Council's normal remit. However, it is horrendous what we are witnessing, and the workload to write a letter to the Prime Minister is minimal. And taking a stance as the Council, representing our community, to say that we support peace, that we support love, and maybe trying some empathy on and imagining it was our brother, our mother, our son that was killed or injured while just trying to live their life, might go some ways to help those who are struggling to support this motion tonight to maybe change their minds. All we're asking for is a ceasefire. The temporary ceasefire has entered its final 24 hours, and at this stage it looks like combat will resume, and we will see more terror and more death. And I don't think that anyone around this table wants to see that. So I will support this motion, and I hope that we get a ceasefire in the near future, and that we continue to see more peace and less war around the world.
Alderman Zuko.
Lord Mayor, I am a good person. I dislike war. I believe in peace. But simply asking for a ceasefire doesn't necessarily get you anywhere or anything, nor does it resolve all the other conflicts, as mentioned by Councillor Kelly, because I actually Googled the same thing. We all have mothers, fathers and sons and children and grandchildren and as well. What we also need to understand is that I think the old saying is that there's always two sides to a story. There's always two sides to a situation. There's always two sides on what happens and what doesn't happen. Whether we want to believe one side of the story or the other side of the story is worse than the other is a matter of individual considerations. At the end of the day, this motion is not simply asking for peace. That is what the fundamental thing here is. If it was simply saying, "Dear Prime Minister, we the Hobart City Council are seeking a ceasefire and peace in the Middle East and peace in Ukraine and peace wherever," I would fully, absolutely support the motion. The fundamental aspect of this motion, which floors what people are trying to say in regards to peace, in regards to being good people, in regards to seeking a ceasefire, is point 2. We are actually throwing into seeking peace of being critical of one organisation, irrespective who they are. Because at the other end of the scale, what if it was reversed? Would we want to be condemning a group of people? No. So I think if the ultimate aim of this council is to write to the Prime Minister seeking peace and seeking that we reaffirm that this council wants peace, I think it should be that. And I move an amendment, Lord Mayor, that item 2 be removed from this motion. Because what I've heard thus far from my fellow elected members is they're seeking peace. They don't want war. But what part 2 does, it clearly attacks an organisation. It clearly attacks a country or rephrase, state. So I don't think that we as a council should be going down that track. I think it's inappropriate and it's beyond our call as local representatives. Lord Mayor, I think that's probably why in item 5 in the administrative response, the officers have said that adopting the proposed motion, however, officers advise against any action that could be construed as to support for the party of in the Gaza conflict. I would say that's probably why the officers wrote that, because there is a component of this motion I think is totally, absolutely inappropriate if we are all truly committed and wanting to send a message to our Prime Minister and our federal parliamentarians that the citizens of Hobart, that the community of Hobart would like to see an end to this conflict. Can I have an extension of 3 minutes, seeing someone else go?
That's moved by Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Dudder. All those in favour say aye.
I want to see an end to this conflict and maybe all conflicts around the world. Lord Mayor, that's the reason why I moved the foreshadowed motion, Lord Mayor, is my biggest concern, this is my personal biggest concern, is the displacement of children in any conflict. And wouldn't it be great for this council, Lord Mayor, to actually have a charity that could support any children who are displaced, because I think that is the most cruel thing ever. In what I saw on the news this morning, Lord Mayor, there was a young child that was returned where the parents were killed. Now, we as a council could actually be proactive in assisting not only this group, but any group around the world. So, Lord Mayor, if this council is serious about seeking peace, if this council is seeking for all of us to be good people and to be fair and equitable across the board, we should not be condemning any organisation at all whatsoever, other than going down the track of what a number of people have stated, but what they've failed to address is the elephant in the room, which is point 2. So hopefully elected members would remove point 2, and I've got to say that I could nearly support the motion if point 2 is removed. Sorry?
No,
Excuse me.
sorry,
If you
Alderman
don't
Zuko.
mind,
Alderman Zuko.
right, if you don't mind, the
Alderman
Lord
Zuko.
Mayor stated before, now be respectful, okay? That's disrespect.
Alderman Zuko, please take
Thank
your
you.
seat. I will chair the meeting. As I mentioned, please refrain from calling out. A clap is probably okay, but jeering from the galleries is not in line with how we try and run the meetings here. So I have an amendment that. Did you want me to put that amendment?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor.
Zuko? Have you got a seconder for your amendment?
Lord Mayor, can that particular point 2 be read so we know exactly?
I've sent it to Mr.
So
Zuko
Alderman
amendment.
Zuko is proposing. Oh, do you want to read it?
Sorry, no, I've got the Zuko amendment, but I think Councillor Dutta wants the original point 2 maybe put up
Original
on the
point 2.
screen. If you, Sarah, can we get that up on the screen possibly?
I can just read it. It's not that. So the amendment is to remove the point 2, which is the council condemns Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate military attacks against the Palestinian people of Gaza, comprising over 2.3 million people, nearly half of whom are children.
Can I just ask a process question?
Yes?
If Alderman Zuko has already moved a foreshadowed or suggested a foreshadowed motion, can he move this amendment?
My understanding is he can.
Okay.
So is there a seconder for Alderman Zuko's amendment? Councillor Coates? I'll put that. Oh,
The amendment.
you want to speak on the amendment? Okay.
I just need to point out, for the benefit of people in the gallery and watching at home, that Alderman Zuko's assertion that this makes it one-sided is not accurate. Point 1 specifically says condemns the abhorrent acts committed by Hamas. Point 2 says condemns Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate military attacks against Palestine. There is one item that condemns the actions of both sides. If point 2 was to be removed, then that would result in a one-sided motion.
Councillor Dutta, did you want to speak to the amendment?
On the amendment. Thank you, Chair. Similarly, I endorse the point that has been made. Now, the illogicality of this is obvious. In the beginning, in the introductory statement, I said, for me to put this motion together, I needed to find a balance. Point number 1 quite clearly and categorically condemns Hamas for what they did. No one here in this room would disagree with that. Second, point number 2, which it has been recommended that we take it away, delete it, unfortunately, does not create the balance. In essence, the United Nations and other international organizations have spoken against the disproportionate bombing. How can you not accept that? For me, that will not make a motion balanced. It'll be very unbalanced and one-sided, condemning one and not the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Is this on the amendment?
Yeah, it's on the amendment,
Okay.
yes. I just wanted to ask Alderman Zuko, I just wanted to understand the rationale behind deleting point 2, but not deleting point 1, as is so eloquently been stated by Councillor Posselt and Councillor Dutta. I just want to understand, if you're talking about balance, but you want to leave in one but only take out two. Is that okay, Lord Mayor? Can you answer that?
If Alderman Zuko wants to respond.
I have a philosophy, Lord Mayor. If someone starts a fight, they're the cause of the fight.
Okay.
So sorry, just to clarify, you didn't really answer my question.
Well, Lord Mayor, I'll answer the question by saying that what happened prior to Israel's indiscriminate military attacks wouldn't have occurred if what happened prior hadn't have occurred. That answer your question? Thank you.
Councillor Coates, you're speaking on the amendment?
The amendment. Look, just to be very brief, you'll note the amendment wasn't to take out section 4B, which relates to noting people's concerns if there are, or if there is, if there could be disproportionate use of force. The problem with the difference between 1 and 2 is number 1 doesn't say it condemns Palestinians. It says it condemns Hamas, which my understanding is a recognised by Australia terrorist organisation who undertook terrorist acts on October 7th. Number 2 prejudges the response and indicates that of a belief that the response is indiscriminate and disproportionate. Now, it may well be found to be in the future, but at this point, that hasn't happened yet. And like I said in my first contribution, I'll be the first to stand up and condemn anyone who does use indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks. Number 4B relates to the concerns about that use, which I think are widely held. But number 2, as it's written, is prejudging. And look, there are vast numbers of very innocent Palestinians. There are vast numbers of very innocent Israelis. The problem here is it's construing Hamas with Israel. And I think that just, ultimately the reason I seconded the motion is it goes a step too far. So, look, number 1 doesn't relate to the state of Palestine, or to Gaza, I should say, and to Palestinians. It relates specifically to Hamas. Number 2 just seems to infer that Israel is conducting indiscriminate and disproportionate military attacks. So, and it seems to be at odds with point 4B, which talks about the concerns that may occur. So, as I said, this is an nuanced argument, but that is a difference, and that's why we should seek its removal.
No further discussion, and in the conscious of time, I'm going to put Alderman Zuko's motion, amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Coates.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, the motion.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I would just like to start off by just reminding everyone that the administrative response has already clearly been stated for us, is that the city's international relations policy shows our support for policy positions that align to the national interest and be an advocate for international peace and goodwill. And at B, it talks about the frameworks and the policies at the City of Hobart that are informed by the the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that for the City of Hobart. And I think that's really important for us to note. It's also important for us to note just some of the things that have been said around the table, and I'd just like to discuss a few of those. Firstly, really, Councillor Coates' comment that regarding point 2, that this is not indiscriminate and disproportionate. I think it's really important we understand the meaning of those words. So when we talk about indiscriminate, what does that actually mean? It means at random. Okay, let's give us the facts. What are the facts about this being at random? Has hospitals been bombed? Have schools been bombed? Have just places been bombed? Yes, that's at random. That's indiscriminate. That's the definition of it. When we're talking about disproportionate, we're talking, let's make it a mathematical thing. We're talking about point 1, and then we're talking about the retaliation of that. Yes, there's been thousands and thousands of men and women and children that have been killed. That's disproportionate. That's the very definition of it. When we're talking about Councillor Kelly, and Councillor Kelly said we should all stay in our lane, I think Councillor Dutta actually canvassed that already. Within the Local Government Act, Section 28, 1A, talks about representing the community. That's what this motion is doing. So to go out and say some misinformation like, no, you know, this is not within our remit, this is not within the scope and responsibilities of us as councillors, that's absurd. And it's incorrect, and it's inaccurate, and you're representing the community. That's your role. How dare you say that this is not within our role? It is.
Please,
Sorry,
rather
yes,
than-
and through you, Lord Mayor, when Councillor Harvey was talking about against war, yeah, absolutely, that's what this motion is about. It's against war. We're asking for a ceasefire. And Councillor Zuko said, asking for a ceasefire gets you nothing. Well, actually, you know what? Doing nothing gets you nothing. Councillor Zuko also talked about 1 and 2. Really, it outlines how neutral this motion actually is. So we're talking about 1 and we're talking about 2. That is the balanced perspective. And unfortunately, Councillor Zuko actually...
Look, you know, once, twice, 3 times, I'm Alderman Zuko. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Alderman Zuko, my apologies. My
Accept
apologies.
your apology.
My sincere apologies. Alderman Zuko, not councillor. Didn't actually read the entirety of what the advice from the administration was. The complete...
Lord Mayor, that is a reflection on me in stating whether I did or did not read something. I don't think that's appropriate.
I think you're presuming something about Alderman Zuko and Councillor Sherlock. So maybe if you could just...
Sorry, I'll rephrase, Lord Mayor, thank you. What I would like to add is the full sentence of that from the administrative response was, calling for a ceasefire would be an appropriately neutral response, which is what we're doing here today. The other point when we're talking about having a foreshadowed motion is why have a foreshadowed motion? Why wouldn't you just bring it as a motion? And I would urge Alderman Zuko to perhaps consider doing that instead of a foreshadowed motion. Really, what I understand the criticisms to be about this particular motion, Lord Mayor, is this. Number 1, it is not within our remit or our scope. And number 2, you know, maybe a ceasefire will continue for more than the 28th of November, even though it's been scheduled to cease by the 28th of November. These are the criticisms. And for me, representing the community, I stand here today and I say, well, you know what? Criticise me for that. I will happily stand here and say I will stand up for innocent people getting killed in an indiscriminate and disproportionate way, and I will take that criticism. And I will actually wear it as a badge of honour.
30 seconds.
So can I just have an extension of 1 minute, please?
Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So I will happily take that criticism. That if we as a council don't want to stand up for the fact that innocent people are being killed, that's okay, that's your position to take, that's all right. But I will not stand for that. And I will happily say no, I support this motion, and I'm extremely delighted that we live in this democratic country, that we're allowed to bring these motions to places like this, and we can actually respectfully put these motions and represent our community. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Well done. Alderman Bloomfield.
Look, I firmly support part 3 of this motion, predominantly because I believe our council exists to protect, nurture and support local families. We need to offer understanding and comfort to those who are affected by having relatives who are over there affected by this war. That is our role. It is to support those here who are walking through the horror with not knowing if their loved ones are still alive or not. I don't wish to take sides. I don't think that's actually our role, because we have people from both sides in our community who are equally suffering, whether we like it or not. And therefore, by offering leadership as a council and asking strongly for a ceasefire is thus not just relevant, but vital for our community.
Further discussion? Anyone else? If not, I'll speak. Yes, I want to say that I do support this motion. I support how Councillor Dutta has provided us a very balanced motion. It is a motion that acknowledges both sides of this terrible conflict, and it's a motion with peace at its heart. And I think that's what the community wants its council to be an advocate for. The Hobart community are a community that cares deeply about the world. It thinks deeply about the world. We have a community that is very engaged in a whole range of issues, and they want their local representatives to reflect those values and and be an advocate for peace. I also just want to say that the community of Hobart has people from both sides of this conflict, and both sides of the conflict are calling for peace. This is not just one side is calling for peace and the other side isn't. There are people in our community who acknowledge that peace, you have to fight for peace, you have to speak out for peace, because otherwise war is such an easy option for those organisations and those governments that really prefer war to resolve issues that shouldn't have to be resolved through violence and war. I also just want to say that this is not, from my perspective, just any normal conflict. I think the scale and ferocity of this conflict has shocked the people of Hobart. Hundreds of people have been rallying in our city every week since it started. And so many people have raised with me that they have been really personally very distressed by what they are seeing in this conflict. Ever since the 7th of October attacks in Israel through to now I think 15,000 deaths, people killed, and that has actually been verified by a whole range of organisations in response to Councillor Coates's view that this is not well understood. In fact, I just want to, the New York Times said over the weekend that the rate of death during the assault on people living in Gaza has few precedents in this century. The civilians that are being killed in Gaza at a rate that's quicker than in the Iraq war, the Syrian war, the Afghanistan or the Ukrainian war. In fact, international analysts say that there have been more people killed in less than 2 months in Gaza than in 12 months of the Iraq war, and more civilians killed in Gaza in this few weeks than killed in 20 years in Afghanistan. So let that sink in. I mean, this is why our community are rallying. This is why our community are concerned. Military analysts have questioned the use of 2,000-pound bombs in dense urban areas. It's surprised a whole range of very conservative military analyst organisations. In Iraq, they used 500-pound bombs. This is 2,000-pound bombs. And there's been questions about the scale of the use of those very large bombs. You know, more United Nations workers have been killed in this conflict than any other conflict. So this is a particularly ferocious conflict, and it does need the whole world to speak up for peace, and that includes many people, many Palestinians, many Jewish people are strongly advocating for peace because they know that this approach of of war is not going to lead to long-term, the long-term peace for anyone in the Middle East. And yes, I understand people's view that the local government, this is outside local government's view, but I think Councillor Dutta articulated it very strongly and very well that we reflect the concerns of our community, and it's been very clear to me in the last few weeks that our community see this as a very significant and worrying conflict, and they want their democratically elected representatives to reflect those concerns. Thank you. Councillor Dutta, did you want to sum up at all?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just as a right of reply, just a few points. Most of the points have already been rebutted, but few points that I want to highlight are as follows. Firstly, the ceasefire that we are requesting is not a 4-day, 10-day, or 18-day, or a month. We are requesting for a ceasefire, full stop. So therefore, this motion is not redundant. It is not outdated. It is very effective and still alive, because we need a ceasefire, full stop. The motion has been said divides this chamber. It divides the community. Absolutely. Language divides people. Race divides people. So many other variables and other factors divides us. This council is divided on ideologies, political positions, etc., etc. We are divided. It is healthy. This debate has been healthy. I like it, I encourage it, and I entertain it, because it is in the mix of differences of opinions that we find a solution and a way out. So this motion, if it divides us, it will only divide us tonight. When we go in that room, nothing will divide us. It will unite us, because we were able to, as mature people, speak and stand the ground, not attack the person, but attack the points we are making. So it does not divide. It doesn't divide the community, because the community is already divided. When we had the voice referendum, this line was used many, many a time. What has happened? The Australian community is still one. We still live our lives. Nothing has really happened. The other point that I want to make here is this, that there are two sides to a story. Absolutely, there are two sides to a story. The facts are these, that when Hamas did what they did, 1,200 plus Israelis were killed, murdered, died. On the contrary, look at the facts. There's about 15,000 people in Palestine who have died. You go on, and you'll find the facts are quite devastating. And I want to finish off by this quote from the UN Secretary General. We can't stand by and let this continue, however hard it might be to end it. We can only be a small voice to advocate for our people here and write to the Prime Minister to see if we can, in the international arena, in the international platform, influence those people who are decision makers. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor,
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Coates.
Okay, the motion is carried. So we will now move on to our next item. But if the gallery is not interested in our next item, then I'll just leave a minute for you to leave the chamber. Yes, Deputy Katie?
I wonder, and I didn't think to transfer it earlier, but I know that there are younger people in the audience who are interested in the Phoenix basketball item, which is item number 12, and I just wonder if we can hear that next, with the council's indulgence.
Seconded by Councillor Sherlock. All those in favour say aye. Transfer of the item 12, agenda item. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 12. Would someone like to introduce the item or move the item?
Lord Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Any
Lord Mayor,
discussion?
Perhaps we can have some, just a bit of background in relation to this through you from perhaps Mr. Noy.
Mr. Noy.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look, I think the report contains the substantive facts, but council officers were approached by Phoenix Basketball Club. Phoenix Basketball Club are a Hobart local government area-based club. They have 125 teams with around 700 players playing at any one week. They don't have a actual facility themselves as a club, a community facility, unlike their other clubs within the region or the state. And so they're keenly looking for a location where they could possibly build a facility. Hobart, and certainly there has been a significant increase in interest in basketball after the Jack Jumpers' successful entry into the National League. Hobart itself, local government area, does not have any indoor basketball courts of a community nature, and it's fair to say that the Phoenix Basketball Club have been instrumental in approaching the Tasmanian Rugby Club, who've got the leased facility out at Sells Point. They've identified that there is underutilised land or non-utilised land at the end of their playing pitches, and they've successfully negotiated with that club to identify the use of this possible use of this land for a basketball facility. So, hence, this is before you tonight.
Just a further question, you might be able to help with this one, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Just in relation to, I think one of the concerns that I have certainly is a coordination of sporting facilities over Greater Hobart. And I'll just throw you perhaps to Mr. Noy again, what sort of move is there for that work to be done at that higher level?
Mr. Noy.
Yes, there is a desire at the metropolitan level or regional level to have a coordinated approach to planning for sporting facilities. We know that the sporting competitions are played at the Greater Hobart or Southern Region level. They're not necessarily played at local government level. Hence why we feel that there is a real justification to have a coordinated approach to understanding what the deficiencies might be so far as sporting facilities are concerned across the region. Therefore, having a better planning approach and advocacy approach to the funding of sporting facilities across the region. We know that as a local government area, we punch above our weight so far as the provision of facilities are concerned, but there is some deficiencies, and we know that across the region, and we would like to have a coordinated, well-argued plan for those facilities so we can advocate as a region and as a city, as a collective, for the provision of the efficient provisions, I suppose, of those facilities.
While you're on your feet, can I ask a question? Two questions, actually. How long have officers been in discussions with the Phoenix Club about this proposal?
Through you, Lord Mayor, it's been a number of months. Yeah.
No, you're not sure how many? Or?
Look, I don't have an exact figure on that.
And also, I'm just wondering, the policy we have on leases to non-profit organisations around property management. I'm just wondering why the criteria set out on pages 3 and 4 of the policy, which covers about 14 different 14 or so different categories of information to be provided for elected members in the granting of a lease and providing subsidised rental. Why that information hasn't been provided in the report?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I think we've generally addressed them. I accept that they have not been specifically addressed in accordance with the policy, but I believe that the officers have concluded that they are satisfied nevertheless.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just want to speak to this motion and I guess in the outset, iterate my support. I'll go into a few of the reasons why, but I guess in the first instance, I'd probably like to note the extraordinary amount of work it would appear that the Phoenix Basketball Club have done. And look, in an ideal world, we taking a lead within the wider metropolitan region would be able to help coordinate and ensure that adequate facilities are built and provided for all community sports. And obviously, again, in an ideal world, we'd be able to manage demand and manage supply of resources, and we wouldn't sort of have this issue of lots of people wanting to play, which is a great thing, but not actually having the facilities in which they can play in. And look, I myself, not basketball, but involved in a different sport, in volleyball, and it occurs there too. So, would be using the EC to train. I'll be playing out at the Moon and Multi Sports facilities down at Kingborough, and I think part of it's probably population growth. Part of it, no doubt, with basketball is, some things become more popular, and you see explosive growth in numbers. So, we're in a weird situation in Tasmania where, because we're such an old state, we have these beautiful cricket and football fields everywhere. Unfortunately, cricket and football numbers aren't necessarily going in the same direction as certain other sports. If you're in New South Wales, you're lucky enough to have a whole bunch of grounds that are in the shape where you can play soccer on them. Not so much the case in Tassie. But look, we as an organisation, whilst I think there is an awful amount of work that's to be done in this space and should be done to help coordinate and look at developing facilities and having, the quote shovel-ready projects ready to seek funding, at the same time shouldn't close ourselves off to opportunities that arise. It's very clear to me that the provenance of this is that there's an explosive growth in the number of people participating in the sport of basketball. The club appropriately have done a huge amount of work and have brought to us, if you like, a quote shovel-ready project. I think the risk is minimised. The officers, it would appear to me, have done a very good job putting together a report summarising this. In terms of the main stakeholder, which is the rugby union, my understanding is they've engaged with them and it's been a positive engagement. I think it's very clear to residents of Hobart and members of this council that what they're proposing here is not out of character for that area. But the reality is that sometimes you have to be able to move quickly and strike while the fire while it's hot. And we see an opportunity that's before us. We see a sport that's experiencing huge growth, and I think in terms of what they're asking for us to be able to hopefully get this to happen, it's relatively minimal. So, look, I look forward to a more holistic approach to policy in this space and getting some good outcomes, but at the same time, I'd hate to see what is, in my mind, a good application in front of us today be knocked back. And so, look, I would urge members to support this motion.
Councillor was up first.
Look, I just rise to give my support to this proposal. I cannot believe we have no public basketball courts in the Hobart LGA. It seems crazy to me. You know, I've got 10 AFL grounds, 17 soccer pitches, 10 netball courts, 23 tennis courts, no basketball courts. I do think this is a really worthy proposal. I think they've done some great work, Phoenix, in seeking out and finding this land themselves, talking to rugby, doing all that work before we even got involved. I do understand there are concerns about, you know, possibly set policies not being followed about the sale or development of public land in this case. I don't think it's fair to force Phoenix to pay for those concerns. So look, I take those concerns on board and I will be sort of following that up, and I think that's something we need to do as a council. But I think in this case, this has come to us in this form as it is, and I think we need to treat it at face value, this particular proposal, and that face value is excellent. So I will be supporting it, and I just wanted to commend Phoenix and the Tasmanian Rugby Union for working so well together. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Okay. Yeah, look, Lord Mayor, I'll also be supporting this proposal tonight. I think having a modern facility that accommodates basketball for all ages, male and female, is important for Hobart. And this particular site, because it has the imprimatur of the rugby ground, or the collaboration with the rugby ground, I think ticks off a number of boxes. So if the rugby ground didn't want it, they wouldn't have agreed to an additional, changing their lease basically. So I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. And there'll also be advantages to the rugby community as well, having a facility on the edge of their parks, which they might, I don't know, might block the wind or something when you're kicking in that direction. But you don't kick, do you? You run anyway. You kick a bit. Okay, but look, I do support it. No one else has come up with a proposal for that area. The Rugby Union Association, who have the lease on the ground, support it, and that's enough for me to say that this is a good idea. So good luck, and I hope it becomes a successful project with modern facilities that'll be well used into the future.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'll just rise to take a slightly different tone and address the design elements and what a amazing precinct this will be for families and for the community, because fundamentally community sports are community sports. They bring together people from all walks of life to share in a common interest. In this case, that's basketball. Up the Jackies, you know, they are going really well and they are driving community participation in basketball. But this precinct, as Councillor Harvey has pointed out, may bring some benefits to surrounding sporting codes, including rugby, but also note that it is immediately adjacent to an area of the Newtown Rivulet that we are working with Glenorchy Council to return to its natural state, which means a beautiful area for families to relax while their children, potentially their fathers and mothers, play basketball. And the design here is not just a shed, and that's a really key consideration for me. This is a really well thought out design, architecturally driven, north facing, for community club rooms, for multi-purpose areas, and talking to the proponents, they want to see as high utilisation rates as possible for this venue. So it will serve schools and community groups that may use it for other purposes that aren't basketball. And to echo Councillor Lohberger's comments, I am astonished that there is no dedicated basketball facility in a capital city. So it's a welcome addition, and I really commend the applicants for their very hard work to bring it to us this evening.
Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I won't reiterate some of the things that have already been said, but just to highlight, yes, I really appreciate the design of this as well. And as it has been noted in the report, that initially it will be for 2 courts with the possibility to extend it to 4 courts into the future. And just a few other important points I would like to note is that there is a shortage of basketball courts, and whilst having the 3rd highest population of any council area in Tasmania, the City of Hobart only provides 1 outdoor basketball court at South Hobart Oval, which doesn't meet regulations for matches. That's unfortunate. this proposal is really wonderful. I think it's great in many different ways that has already been outlined. Also, I would like to add that Phoenix is the only Hobart community basketball club that really appears like their numbers are dramatically increasing, and there are also wider benefits for this proposal to do with indoor sports, local schools, and other regional and state tournaments. It's also a site that appears to be under an existing supporting body lease and underutilised and would be improved by this particular project. Phoenix currently fields over 125 teams across the year and do not have a home base and are reliant on the hire of schools and private operators and are forced to play their matches outside of the municipal area. So I really welcome this project, and I really do commend both the individuals in charge of this project as well as our council staff who have really collaborated well on this and come to a resolution. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, look, I just want to make the point that there is going to be community consultation, which is very, very important in respect of this. We're not actually fully committing to it, we're approving this in principle. So there will be still some work to come back, but I would actually support this fully, but I would say that the way the report's written is to ensure that a few more ducks need to sort of come into line. You've got to commend an organisation that sets out and goes and does all the groundwork. Probably saved the Hobart City Council quite a considerable amount of funding and officer time, because over the years I've seen applications come forward from sporting organisations all the groundwork. I was part of the approval of the Tasmanian Hockey Centre in Cornelian Bay, in which there were concerns at the time on whether or not that facility, or they could afford that facility and go forward. The tennis centre, the upgraded facilities there. This is very, very enlightening that you've got an organisation that sat down and had discussions and negotiations with another sporting code in what we could call a sporting precinct, and came to an agreement. I believe actually that that basketball, a basketball facility there would actually enhance the rugby facility in a way. I know when I was playing football in my heydays, our original coach in my juniors decided that we had to play basketball once a week for our football training because of the nature of basketball. And I did grow up enjoying both AFL and basketball. Surprisingly, this club's 43 years old, and I commend all those people that have committed to the club over the past 43 years. You've done an amazing job, and I actually also commend your name now rather than the name it was originally was. Good luck. I hope it goes well for you, and I hope this council fully supports you all the way.
Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just if I may ask the Director a couple of questions through you, Chair. Director, I'm just looking at page 35, which is the aerial view of the hatched area in blue, which is where the proposal is. So it's correct to say, yeah?
Yes, Lord Mayor, that's correct.
And the land council owns is the adjoining green space, which is the rugby ground. Does it also keep going further east out towards Selfs Point Way? The amount of council. I'm just trying to get in my head how much land we have there.
Lord Mayor?
Sorry. Yes. Sorry,
Your
daughter sent at home alone. Sorry, Mr. Noy, would you like to respond to you?
Yeah, so it owns all the land to the right of, or effectively to the east. It also owns the land to the north and northeast. The north being the I'm just trying to think of the club that
Bridge Club?
The Bridge Club, the rowing club, and also the land, including the former wetland site that is proposed to be a part of the Hobart, Taswater's expansion of Selfs Point waste treatment plant. So there's a substantial area of land that council has ownership of, and in fact the majority of that land was a former waste disposal site.
Yeah, I remember it being a tip when I was a young boy. So it's at least double what's in that picture there. I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, how valuable is land, what else is there, what else could be done.
Yeah. The amount of land that we're talking about, the rugby union club providing to Phoenix is about 1/2 hectare. Now the area of land in total that council owns in that vicinity with that piece of land would be, in the order of 10 hectares, or maybe a little bit less, 8 hectares.
Was council ever approached, through you, Lord Mayor, I'm a bit reluctant to ask this question, I'm going to, by the AFL to use this as an area for the high performance training centre at any stage?
No.
Look, Lord Mayor, I understand that they did look at it. So far as a formal approach, I think that council has dealt with that and chose not to pursue the high performance centre in the city of Hobart.
Right, it's just that I thought, well, if there's enough room to keep everyone happy, I mean, I'm not saying I'm advocating the AFL situation, but if we can keep, a facility like the AFL would be a fantastic facility to have there for a number of reasons, if that was ever to happen, of course, just as this proposal is here as well. It's an absolute brilliant proposal. So I'm just trying to fit that into context with that. And look, I guess some of this will be answered, as Alderman Zuko said, once it's fleshed out a bit more, going through the due diligence and the processes and the DA and everything else. But I'm just, as I say, I look forward to seeing that information. Maybe all of that could still happen. I think it's any organisation who's going to get off their hindquarters, and especially a voluntary organisation that's not, in it for personal gain or finances, to go ahead and put such a detailed proposal forward for this. It's just fantastic for us as a City of Hobart to have such organisations around like that. So I do support this proposal tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to make 4 simple points. Firstly, Phoenix Basketball, I want to congratulate them and commend them for the initiative and for the work they're doing, and the community involvement in this particular area, which is so healthy for the community. Point number 2, I endorse the positive points made by all the speakers before me, and I endorse them, and I think they are well made. Point number 3, my concern is with regards to processes. Now, I understand we have 2 policies, the policy with regards to probity policy and the leases to non-profit organizations. Now, my concern is that if the processes wasn't followed, and sometimes preference is given, or someone who knows something about it is able to get it and others are not. And one that comes to mind is Raj Chopra, who was part of the international cricket group. They're many times approached for years and got nothing. But if they had known this, I'm saying, then that would have been a different story. So my point is, I come to point number 4, that maybe we should pause it, and I would move, I know I wouldn't have the support, that we defer this item for further information on those 2 policies. I move that as a motion.
Seconder for that motion? No seconder, Councillor Dutta, that's lapsed. Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I don't want to harp on the same sort of topics that's been articulated around the room, but I really thank Phoenix for the work that they've done. To be honest, in my almost 19 years on council, this is the first time that I've had this knowledge of a need for this code, this sporting code. I had no idea that there was this dearth of basketball facilities. We often have heard from netball in particular, soccer, lots of codes which are finding it very difficult to play and to have their fixtures, because there is so much competition or not enough services, and hence my question around what is that coordinated approach, how are we going to get to the point where we do have enough facility for everybody. It's a bit like, you've heard the expression Phoenix rising from the ashes. Well, this is Phoenix, the Phoenix Club rising from nothing, from thin air. I mean, they don't have a home. They told us today that they move from school to school wherever they can go, and they're not necessarily even having a competition when they just don't have the facilities available. What I like about this is it's underutilised land. Now, I'm cautious of saying that, you know, there may be some vegetation that needs to be removed, but that will come further down the track. So we'll hear about that. But the fact that there has been this love-in with the Tasmanian Rugby Union, I'm really pleased to hear about that. You know, that there is that good move, and it sounds like goodwill from another sporting code. And this could be a fantastic sports precinct for our city. We've obviously done work on the North Hobart Sports Master Plan on Creek Road and Main Road. But if we had rugby, basketball and rowing in this area, I think that could present a lot of opportunities for young people or people of all ages to be fit and healthy. And health and wellbeing is one of the things that I think this council is very interested in. And when we discussed it today, the people from Phoenix suggested that there was a possibility of other sporting codes using this facility. So netball could be used, and if there's a bit of quid pro quo with netball using, allowing basketball to use the courts for major competitions, then fantastic. I think that would be a win-win-win. And other codes such as roller derby, if that's possible as well for tournaments or for helping them find a home when that is possible, I think that's good. Now, I understand your concerns, Lord Mayor, about process, but I think, look, I've read the policy, and I feel that this bid, they're asking for in principle support for this use of underutilised land. I think it's a good proposal, and I look forward to supporting it.
Further discussion? I've got a couple of questions. So Alderman Zuko said that we're just going out for consultation, but my understanding is this is the last we would see of this now. We're actually we're agreeing on a lease for a nominal rent of $100 per annum, and we're deferring to the CEO to authorise all the final conditions.
If I may, Lord Mayor, for clarification, point forward says, should any objection be received during the community engagement period, a further report be provided to the council.
Sure, but other than that...
There's none.
Huh?
There's none, and it doesn't come back.
That's right. Yeah.
Just seeking that clarification, yeah.
It's still in principle, we're only in principle.
And yeah, I also unfortunately, I'm going to be a reluctant supporter of this motion, not because it's not a fantastic proposal. I just feel that we've been put in a very difficult position, again, about the use of public land. We have these policies for a reason, and that's because these are really important decisions, and they have to be fair decisions, and they have to be seen to be fair. We have had, as Councillor Dada said, I've dealt with one or two sporting clubs that are migrant community organisations with very, very high numbers of players and a very long history in the city that have tried to get, that also don't have a home ground, that also have to move around to schools, that have tried to get somewhere with our council to get some support and really found it very difficult and sort of basically had a bit of a computer says no moment with council. And it just worries me that sometimes our processes might be more accessible to certain organisations and not to others. And I get that when you're proactive and you've got momentum and you know how the system works, you may get it it might be easier to get further with council. And that's in some ways that's natural and that's hard to avoid. But I think that's why we have policies. We have policies to try and level that playing field, and and we do really need to know, as Councillor Kelly talked about, what is the value of the land and the buildings? What are the potential for alternative uses? What is the viability and capability of the organisation? All of these things, which it really only requires a little bit more extra detail in the reporting. I think good practice would put pieces of land out for expressions of interest to see who else might have a suggested of alternative use, which might bring out a proposal of a few organisations coming together. I know the Rugby Association, but maybe there's another one. I mean, I get approaches from other codes. Gymnastics wants a home in Hobart. All the roller sports want a home in Hobart. This is not a unique situation. Now, hopefully we'll have a place for those people as well, but we have to have a due process for all of these codes, for all of these enthusiastic volunteers, for all of these community clubs, and that has to be clear and transparent, and we as decision makers need to be able to say to people when they come to us later and said, oh, how come you gave that the okay, and I've been asking about our roller sports centre and we're not getting any joy there. I mean, I can say, well, we followed the process, we followed the policy, and this is what happened. The best proposal came forward. And I'm sure that the Phoenix proposal would be the best proposal, but we can't say that. I can't hand on heart say, we followed our policy, because we haven't. So I don't want to sort of bring down the probably unanimous support for the very good work of Phoenix, but I do want to say once again that when it comes to how we organise the disposal of our land, how we organise the lease of our land, how we go about looking for expressions of interest for places that we think are available and could be redeveloped, we have to be squeaky clean with our processes, with our policies, and provide decision makers with the tools that we need to demonstrate that we've gone through a fair process. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okie doke. So that is that item. Thank you, Phoenix folks. We'll now move back to item 10, which is the local area mobility plan for Battery Point and northern suburbs. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in... Oh, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very briefly on this, I wanted to commend the officers on their work to put together the local area mobility plans for Battery Point and for the northern suburbs, and thank the previous Director of Mobility for Manager of Mobility, for all his work, Caden McCarthy, who has since gone to Marybeck Council. The Battery Point themes, I just wanted to point out the themes and a couple of key projects. So the Battery Point themes that emerged through consultation was that there was limited space for pedestrians, which we all know if we walk along Hampden Road, that the street amenity and parking was inadequate, and in particular that the street amenity was disrespectful to the built heritage of Battery Point, which is an incredibly special suburb, and that there was in fact no riding facilities whatsoever. And in the northern suburbs, we found that wide roads and high traffic speeds created hostile environments for both walking and cycling, particularly true of Augusta Road and Creek Road, and the absence of safe and comfortable riding environments generally in the area. There are also narrow and uncomfortable footpaths and crossing opportunities, including outside the Calvary Hospital. So in response to those issues that we've identified through community consultation, I've identified two key projects, one in each area. So the key priority project for Battery Point is Montpellier Retreat, with Hampden Road a close second. So we'll look to do some more work with residents on Hampden Road moving forward. And for the northern suburbs, something that I wholeheartedly welcome is separated cycleways on Augusta Road. The community of Newtown and Lena Valley have long been asking for safe cycling facilities on a heavily trafficked route that is Augusta Road, and they will extend a little way on Newtown Road as well. So I thank the officers again for their fantastic work, and I look forward to seeing some of these recommendations implemented and diggers on the ground soon.
Further discussion? Put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 11 is the Macquarie Point draft precinct plan submission.
Lord Mayor, I'll move that and just reserve my right to address this.
Seconder.
Well, I will make a few points. Look, I really commend the officer's report. I think it raises quite a number of concerns in relation to the Macquarie Point plan around the stadium. And I just wanted to make a number of points because I think what the submission says is that it brings up quite a lot of concerns that aren't really even covered in the draft precinct plan. So things like heritage, links back to the city, active and public transport aren't kind of, I mean, they're covered off, but they're not. And there's a number of things which I think are really quite half-baked's probably not the right term, but haven't been well considered. Things like Aboriginal consultation to actually plan the Aboriginal cultural zone, and the suggestion in our submission is that a Truth and Reconciliation Park should be a fundamental part of the project. I think that really speaks volumes. We have to be ready for extreme weather events and climate change. And just going back to those issues around heritage and oversight there's been an oversight of significant proportions that the Sullivan's Cove planning scheme, which has just been cast asunder, the conservation plan or the borough charter of cultural heritage significance are not referenced in the master plan. And I just can't believe that these significant bodies of work have been left out of the overall plan. I think it seems to be that everything that has been done in this area, and we looked at those amendments and the Sullivan's Cove plan for Macquarie Point. We painstakingly looked at those amendments. So I think all of those principles of the Sullivan's Cove planning scheme have really just been left well out of any sort of consideration. And one of the things that the SCPS says is that new development should not be dominant, but have a sympathetic relationship to existing buildings or places of significance. And the cenotaph and the headland and the relationship to where the river can be seen from that point is really, like, it's a culturally very significant part of that, and it's not really covered in the precinct plan, the draft precinct plan for Macquarie Point. And we don't know what the stadium proposal, either version 1.0 or 2.0, we don't know how that's going to impact the City of Hobart. Now, as a city, we're going to be picking up the pieces for whatever goes there. You know, crowd management on events days, there's significant things that really haven't been considered, and that comes at a huge burden to council, and we're just going to be asked to pick these things up. But it's also a huge cost, which really hasn't been considered for those, you know, those events, logistics and forward planning. On page 88 of the attachment, the flow and connection for pedestrians and public transport are really unclear with this, especially on event days, and there are pinch points, and there will be surges that are likely. And especially where the Antarctic zone abuts the working port berth, so there's a narrowing there. So it's just, a lot of these things are really ill considered. So it's really important that we put this forward, and I'm so pleased that there are so many points that have been made in this submission. And lastly, or a couple of things, the residential area is likely to be isolated by the road, and the road, Lord Mayor, I know you had concerns about the road. It's really cuts off the area, so that northern road that's proposed. And
Seconds.
And finally, the compressed timeframes. You know, like, we've got to deliver this stadium and this precinct plan in a very short period of time, because the AFL says so. So I think this is unrealistic, and it's expressed in what we have to tell the government and remind them that these are the concerns that we have.
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
I've gone through this a few times, and we did the workshop. And it's interesting to note 23,000 people will be attending at a time. And from memory, they said that's okay because there are 8,500 car parks available in Hobart outside ratepayers' homes on streets. I actually, at the time, in fact, asked, how far are we going? Are we going all the way up to the top of Mount Wellington to include those car parks? Are we going to South Hobart? Are we going to West Hobart, North Hobart? How far do these 8,500 car parks you think your stadium is going to use? And that's really quite a concern, isn't it? Because how are they going to get there? And the people who have the property that they'll be living on that little corner of the regatta grounds, how on earth will they live their day on the days where 23,000 people are going to be trying to navigate to get to the stadium? Won't be a pleasant experience for them either, will it? So the fact that there has been absolutely none, and in fact there was actually quite an interesting point where they said, oh, Hobart will just have to navigate an alternative way of transport. Great, but where's the money and where's the resource? We don't even have a great bus service right now, so frankly, I think this is incredibly ill-considered for the ratepayers, and quite a concern for anyone living within 2 or 3 kilometres, if not 4 or 5 kilometres of this area, because you will be impacted.
Further discussion? No further discussion? I'm just going to say very quickly that I would prefer some stronger points were made in the submission. But I will still support the submission. I don't support a northern access road at all. I think it's a ridiculous suggestion and a terrible use of coastal land. I know it was supposedly mentioned in the city deal, but at the time the city deal was a sort of tiny sentence that I don't think anyone saw. We only saw the final city deal about half an hour before it was signed. And I think the promise was always that it was going to be underground. It was going to be tunnelled underneath if there was going to be an access road. And that's, I think, what Tasport's wanted. but there's obviously now a bit of a change there because of it'll be used for other purposes. But, you know, I think that's a really, really poor outcome for Hobart, that one of our most beautiful potential vistas of the river and connection with the river is going to have a sort of new road right across the waterfront, which is something that cities used to do in the sort of 70s and 80s, but now increasingly it's seen as, you know, a mistake. So I would have preferred a stronger statement that the council doesn't support the Northern Road. I agree with Councillor Bloomfield that the 8,000 parking spaces in the precinct plan have not been explained, and I think we could have made a stronger point there that we're just not convinced that those numbers are credible, and I don't think we say that strongly anywhere. And also, we did oppose quite strongly in a council decision the housing being built at Regatta Point, and I felt the message there was a little bit gentler about we've got reservations, when I think we've got a very clear council decision on that. So yeah, I think, and the precinct plan, you know, is the arts. I think the submission does raise very, very clear concerns about the arts precinct element is really lacking, and I think that is a very good part of the submission, because I found that quite enlightening. But yeah, I think let's put it in and see how we go. It's certainly, I think, yeah, some of the analysis is very good. I just would have preferred a couple of statements to be a bit stronger, but otherwise happy to support. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Bloomfield. The motion is carried, Lord Mayor.
Item 13 is plastic in the rivulet, Hobart rivulet. I'd like to move the recommendation.
I might let the Deputy Mayor move it.
I'll move it for the purposes of discussion.
Seconded by Councillor Harvey.
Councillor Harvey. Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll speak to the report. I've got to say that this was a good report. Any challenges to this report, I think, are unfounded. The detail is adequate. This is my area that I've been interested in for a long time. I know McGroby's very well, and officers run the TIP really well. They're dedicated to the task of making sure that they run the TIP to the best of their abilities and within compliance. So the TIP meets compliance. It will close in 2030, but in the meantime, it meets compliance. Any suggestion that the TIP is not covered, I don't agree with. The TIP is covered with fill, or it's got the big nets, the big, you know, these giant things that go over the active part of the TIP. So there's two methodologies that are used at the TIP. One is to cover it with fill as quickly as possible, and the second part is to put those big screens, which are carried around on the tractor, to cover over the active part of the TIP. So in my mind, I'm satisfied that the TIP is run to the best possible standard, that the officers who work there are dedicated to the task, and I support the officers' report here, seeking to budget in the 24-25 budget process for additional resources to cover off on some of the additional things that could be done at the TIP, such as, you know, the gross pollutant trap and other various opportunities. So if there's amendments coming, then I'm cautious, and I don't know what, I've read the amendments as they've come through from Councillor Lohberger, but I think they're superfluous. What he's talking about, and I will speak to the amendments again, but I'm confident the TIP is well run. On that night, on that day when the major event occurred, there's not much you could really do. It was a huge event. Now, the other time we had a huge event was in May 2018, where stuff came out of the bush all around Hobart and entered the rivulet. So big rain events lead to exposure for the council with regard to pollution in the rivulet. They don't happen that often, and we mitigate as much as possible what we can do at the tip to prevent those, prevent that litter ending up in the water. So I'll reiterate again, I'm confident in this report, and I'm confident with the way the staff manage the tip and how the EPA also audit the tip. We don't just have a tip that doesn't get audited. The EPA are responsible for looking at the management of the tip. So EPA are fulfilling their roles. Prior to the last event, we also had inspections, and I understand that the EPA were involved in that, and they said the tip is probably, well, I can't remember the exact words that have been mentioned to me, but the EPA were satisfied with the management of the tip, even prior to the last unfortunate weather event where litter was blown or came from all over the site and ended up in the rivulet, which caused a lot of anxiety by the community. But rushing into things is not going to solve that problem. The problem will be solved in time. Suggesting that we close the tip is not viable. It will be closed down in 7 years' time. To bring that forward will cost the council millions of dollars, because you'll suddenly have no income going through to the tip. You'll be already, well, we've already mitigated, we've already, we've already rehabilitated most of the tip site because that's ongoing. The tip will finish in 2030. It'll still be a waste transfer station, and that just means our trucks and the community will be able to continue to take stuff to the tip. But the industrial sort of trucks won't be going there anymore because they won't have access to a tip face. So there's a solution there in 2030, and then we'll have to start thinking about what we do with our rubbish. And it's going to be an impost on us. And by 2030, there'll also be the increase in the waste levy, which will be an extra $60 a tonne. So minimising stuff going to the tip's is really important into the future. And for us to be able to send our waste all the way to Copping earlier than 2030 is going to be a big impost on the council budgets.
30 seconds. Oh, yeah, 30 seconds. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. As I stated, I want to move some amendments, but I will speak first prior to moving those. Look, I'd just like to thank the staff for the report. It does unfortunately reveal that the staff did everything possible to prepare for the severe rainfall event on the night of the 21st of October. In many ways, it's a worst case scenario for us. The staff did everything according to plan, and still we could not prevent a huge volume of waste and plastic waste and other contaminants from entering the rivulet. As a result, I'd just like to move a number of amendments to this motion, all of which are based on community feedback that's been received since the original motion was passed.
Councillor Lohberger, before you go on, are you going to read those out, are you, and provide them in writing? Or?
I can. They've been provided to Sarah and Wes in writing, so we can pop them up if we'd like. But
why don't you start reading them and we'll see if they can go up as well.
Sure, so just like to add, there's a part 1 already to the recommendation. I'd just like to add parts 2, 3 and 4. Part 2, that the council conduct a 3-month trial in South Hobart to promote and support the use of bin clips, prioritising the area between Macquarie Street and the Hobart rivulet, just to evaluate the effectiveness of these clips in reducing wind-blown rubbish. Part 3, I would add that the council prepare a report into bringing forward the closure of the Macquarie's tip site, with the report to include the cost of the closure and site rehabilitation, plus the estimated cost to council and ratepayers to access an alternative waste disposal site following the closure of the tip. You'll note it doesn't call for the closure of the tip, as Councillor Harvey suggested. And part 4, that the council CEO oversee an independent audit of compliance with the EPA mandated condition to cover exposed waste at the Macquarie's Gully tip site with clean fill every night. And I'll just go through a few of the reasons why I've brought those on. On bin clips, after passing my original motion on the 30th of October, I was contacted by a number of ratepayers from Kingborough who all recommended using bin clips based on their own experience of reduced wind-blown rubbish after bin clips were adopted in their area. As a result, I'm moving to implement a trial of bin clips in Hobart, and I'm suggesting that we prioritise the area of South Hobart that includes the rivulet, just because that's the topic at hand. Look, I also believe we should debate the early closure of the Macquarie's Gully tip, but that debate really requires further information for the community, especially regarding costs to ratepayers. I'd look forward to reporting to that. I think we have those figures really. It's just a matter of putting them together and presenting them. I do continue to receive reports from the public about areas of the tip being left exposed. It's a bit of a great mystery, this one. So I'll just ask that the CEO take this on and oversee an independent audit of the EPA mandated condition to cover the exposed waste at the tip every night. So those are the amendments, and those are the reasons why I've brought them on, and I just would like to commend the motion and the amendments to my colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor, seconder for your amendments, Alderman Bloomfield. Getting muddled up. Further discussion, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question through you with regards to number 4, that the council see oversee the independent audit. Now, the implication there to me is that it hasn't been done properly, or what is the motivation behind that? I just want to know,
I can answer
an
that.
explanation to that.
Sure. I've just received numerous contacts from different people who either ride or walk around the back of the tip, and they can look down into it, stating that they are witnessing uncovered areas of the tip, including on weekends, and it appears to be parts of the tip that are not actually the tip face. That they're quite some of the older parts of the tip potentially at the back. Now, I don't know if these are true, but I think we should have a look into them. The council says we're covering it. We've got people saying they can see uncovered areas. I'm not the arbiter of that. But I do think someone should look into it, and I did think it would just be easier if it was an independent audit. Thank you.
Further discussion?
If I may, Councillor Loberg, just from a governance point of view, I have a couple of questions around the framing of your motion, and then maybe a suggestion, if I could be so bold.
Sure.
I'm mildly troubled by point 2 and point 4, that both of those actually by rights require, in my view, qualified advice under the section 65(2). So, for example, I'd be far more comfortable if you proposed a report explaining what a trial would look like, and a report regarding the audit, rather than a proposed amendment that proceeds straight to council engaging in a course of conduct with no professional advice.
Look, I'm happy to make those changes.
Thank you.
On your advice, Mr. Young.
Sorry, I think actually Councillor Coates was up first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, some of the stuff I was going to just speak to quickly has sort of been covered. Look, to my knowledge, Bill Harvey has a great working and lived experience when it comes to the tip, and so I welcomed him and his contribution. I could say his contribution was rubbish. It was, but look, no, look. And by the same token, I fully hear Councillor Loberg when saying he's been contacted by members of the community that have concerns. In my mind, what the amendments are doing is asking for a huge amount of work, where I'm not necessarily convinced that we should be directing council officers to do that huge amount of work. Even the putting together of reports for number 2 and number 4 in and of itself is quite a large amount of work. I suspect that council officers have been listening in, as they always do, with great interest as to the discussions around this table, and community concerns raised in regards to ensuring that the best practice is maintained. I'm sure they'll be able to have discussions with the managers up there, have a sort of a debrief offline. But in this instance, I don't think we should be asking councillors to take on any more formal scope of works, and I'm comfortable with the recommendation as it is in our agenda, albeit I do hear the concerns raised, and I do think that by raising them, council officers aren't precluded from being able to make a few inquiries and make sure that on the days where they do inspect the tip themselves, they do it in the morning after a strong coffee. So look, I'll be supporting the original motion, but I hear the concerns.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've always found it perplexing since I've been in this role when fellow elected members get up and say that we shouldn't be asking council staff to do work. For if we don't ask council staff to do work, I'm not sure what the point of us being here is. I was concerned, and I was involved in the original motion at the last council meeting with regard to the plastic waste that had landed in the Hobart rivulet, and I've also seen some correspondence from the community that is concerning about further pollution and potential issues at the tip. I commend council officers for the report that they have provided us, and particularly the retrospective information. There's clearly been a really comprehensive investigation that's gone on, and I do thank council officers for their work. The prospective side of things, I was a little bit less impressed with. So the council asked for an investigation into cancelling recycle and general waste collection on days when extreme weather events are predicted. And the first point is that collection of bins is a 5-day-a-week process, but there's no comments or consideration of potentially using our hardworking collection officers on overtime on a Saturday to do a post hoc collection. There's really minimal creativity and thoughts that have gone into how we can minimise the rubbish going into the rivulets through a modification of the way that we go about collecting our residents and ratepayers recycling and general waste. So I would have liked to have seen some more creativity in there, but I do again extend my thanks to the officers for putting together this report that really spelled out the events of the night of the storm. I'd ask Councillor Lohberger to consider incorporating further into his amendment reference to Newtown Rivulet at Lena Valley, as it is immediately adjacent to the road and residences, for the expansion of the bin clips. It's a fairly short section that's probably 50 houses or so, but I'll leave that in Councillor Lohberger's hands if he would like to consider that.
Councillor Lohberger, did you want to incorporate that or?
I feel like it might muddy the waters a little bit, and it maybe not a large enough area to have a significant, like a response, or, sorry, to have a result that's significant.
So is that no?
That's a no,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Also,
further discussion?
I have a question, Lord Mayor. With regard to item 3, bringing forward the closure of McGroby's Gully, what's the process with changing a council policy? Our policy is...
It's a report.
Do you still move a report on something that might change a council policy? Do we need an absolute majority here tonight?
I don't think we're changing the policy. We're just seeking advice.
What's your view, Mr.
Through you, Chair. So if you were seeking to close the tip tonight, there's a few hurdles you'd have to overcome, one of them being the qualified advice. If it is simply calling for a report to look at an option, I think we're okay.
All right. Yes. I'm just clarifying via the expert legal opinion writer.
All right, further discussion?
Yes.
Deputy Lord Mayor?
Are we discussing the amendment?
Yeah, yes.
Look, given that these are for reports, I mean, I hear the concerns. I know that Councillor Harvey has provided, has said that there has been nothing escaping from the tip, or words.
Well, not quite.
Well, that it's properly covered.
It's properly managed.
And yet we're getting different information. So I think having these queries, particularly points 2 and 4, I think are my main concerns. I'm not so, the closure of the tip. I mean, through you to the acting CEO, is that likely to cause a lot of, does that report need to be long and a lot of work?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I might ask Director Abey to respond to that question.
Through you, Chair, it is likely to be a lot of work, and to be honest, I'm not sure that we'll be able to tell the Council in the near future exactly what those plans are, because it's dependent on third parties and whether or not there's a new site that's available. That body of work does need to be done. There is an expectation that we could close Macquarie's before 2030, so I hope that assists you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Well, I mean, I think we have our zero waste to landfill strategy for 2030. So I would support 2 and 4, 1, 2 and 4, but really would have difficulty with part 3 of the motion. So if we can take that separately, I would appreciate it, Lord Mayor.
Okay, to vote separately on the points. So I think the Deputy Mayor is requesting that we vote separately on the 3 amendments, and I'm happy to do that. If
you're happy to do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I was going to say only that point 3 has the rider about a report to be considered. So, I mean, if you're going to have I'd suggest a holistic view on this, you probably do need to question the future of McRoby's Gully. I don't have a view one way or the other, but the other way to cut this is to vote on them individually. I mean, I'll leave it to elected members on how they want to dissect that.
Further discussion on the amendments? Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to point out really that when you have a watercourse near a tip, it's never going to end well. It brings forward the fact that they are 2 unique scenarios that are highly incompatible, and the fact that we have platypus that habit the area as well simply brings forward the potential consequence should there be more regular extreme events, which is entirely possible. So for that reason, I think it's actually very timely that we look at these things and that we get serious.
Alderman Zuko.
I've got to commend the work that Councillor Harvey's done in this domain over the years. He's been very committed to it and he knows his stuff. So if this is one area that I'm not sort of really switched on about, but I know my stuff, but not as much as Councillor Harvey. So if he
Can I get a
says...
selfie? Thanks, thanks, Marty.
Remember that time I called you something very stupid? Right?
Anyway,
sometimes when someone's praising, I think it's good to be humble.
I'm humble.
Thank you.
Through the chair, please.
Well, Lord Mayor, it really annoys me.
I'm sorry, Marty.
I'm not here joking. I'm not here being stupid. I'm not here shouting. I'm not here doing anything.
I know.
Like before, some respect is good, eh? You want respect? I demonstrate respect back. And
the Mutual Admiration Club.
yeah.
All right, could we please get on with the debate?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if Councillor Harvey believes that the report of the officers is and the recommendation is the best way to go, I'm going to listen to someone that knows something a bit more than I do.
Further discussion? Further discussion? I'll speak on the amendment. I will support all 3 of them. I don't actually think that we require a report to ask the CEO to seek an independent audit. I think that's totally within our rights and the expectations of us as elected members to ask the CEO for independent advice if we feel we need independent advice. But I'll still support 4. But I think it's I don't think that requires a report. The tip is one of our biggest assets. It's our biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions. It's a huge operation. It also has a very detailed compliance regime that I did have a look at I reminded myself of our obligations under the EPA, their licence agreement. I was looking at it somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is our permit conditions. This is a very, very detailed compliance regime. If we don't meet these conditions, we're breaking the law. And we have to be absolutely, there's nothing else that we are running, I don't think, as big an asset that have got such complicated compliance conditions. And I think it is, I think it's quite legitimate that the council, this was 2016, it's now nearly 2024. I think it's okay for us to say we want to check in on how the compliance process is going, how can we sort of ensure that we're comfortable with that, particularly when the community are raising things with us. I do think starting to think about McRoby's Gully site is also a useful piece of strategic work. I like, you know, we know that 2030 is what we're shooting for, but maybe there are going to be benefits in us moving earlier. We do have to start thinking about what we are going to do in 2030. We're going to have to negotiate a deal, presumably with Copping, and I don't want to leave that until the last minute. So I think I think this council, it's been again several years since we set up our strategy again. I wouldn't want a massive report, but I do think just thinking through what the costs and benefits would be of early closure would be, particularly around things like gross pollutant traps. If we're going to spend a lot of money on that, we need to know that it's going to actually be a useful piece of infrastructure before we spend, you know, presumably quite a significant amount of money on that piece of work, on that infrastructure. So I think I think all of these are useful bits of information for what is a very important asset for our organisation, and I think the more interest we take in the management and the oversight to make sure that this significant asset meets community expectations, I think is a good thing. Okay, so I will put the amendments, and we're putting them one by one, I think. So the amendment is number 1 is...
Bin clips?
No, oh, that's existing recommendation. Oh, sorry, item 2.
2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, but I'll do them separately, is that right? So item 2, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Again say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Duttor, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Deputy Lord Mayor. And against? Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Harvey. Motion is lost, Lord Mayor.
Carried, I think.
Sorry. Yeah.
Item 3, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Duttor, Councillor Coates, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm going to check in with you before I call that one.
6 noes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes. It's lost by 1.
And item 4, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Duttor, Councillor Passelt, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Sherlock.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Harvey. The motion is lost.
Back time.
All right, so now we have the substantive motion as amended. Would anyone else like to speak on the substantive motion as amended?
I'd like to just speak on it. Look, we've probably all been contacted by various people. Pete Walsh, the Platypus Guardian, is one of them, but I'm sure that others would have got a letter from Benjamin, who's a Year 4 student. So I wrote back to Benjamin, and Benjamin's concerned about the platypus are dying from rubbish, dogs and cats, and habitat destruction. So when you were away, Lord Mayor, I took some Year 4 students on a tour of Town Hall. They had a mock council meeting. There was one who was Councillor Kelly, one who was Councillor Harvey, one who was Alderman Zuko, one who was very happy in the chair of the Lord Mayor. And one of the things that they were concerned, it wasn't the stadium that they were concerned about, or there was a little bit of concern about the stadium. for and against, but the platypus was a big concern for these Year 4 students. So I wrote back to Benjamin today and I said, here are some thoughts to some solutions. And it's not just about the tip, this is about everybody taking responsibility. So it's ensuring all plastics are eliminated from the Macquarie waste facility by ensuring they're properly filtered from any runoff and that the tip is properly covered. Audit the effectiveness of these measures at the waste facility, hence my support for that amendment. Provide bin latches, yes. Continue education for all Hobart residents on the following: reuse, recycle, repair, reduce the use of plastics. We all have responsibility on this. And provide education on how to manage dogs and cats, making sure that they're not harming birds and animals. And also to advocate for manufacturers to have greater responsibility in reducing their reliance on plastic packaging. We have to stop plastic at the source. And encourage the state government, it's been very slow in coming, but encourage the state government to introduce the much anticipated container deposit scheme as soon as possible. So those were some of those concerns. I want to hear from Benjamin. I've asked him to write back because I want to hear, these are some solutions, but I'm sure that he's got many more. So I look forward to hearing that. We need to look after the platypus. The platypus habitat is in an environment, I think Alderman Bloomfield said, it's in our city, inner city, basically, heavily used residential area. We all have responsibility of helping support the habitat. And I also commend the work of bush care volunteers who are doing a fantastic job along that Hobart rivulet as well.
Councillor Harvey.
Just a couple of other points, Lord Mayor. As we go forward, we've got a new body, which is the Southern Tasmanian Regional Waste Authority. So they're part of this discussion as well, because they will be dealing with contracts into the future and negotiating contracts for Southern Tasmania. They'll also be helping, although they'll also be responsible for funding into the future by accessing the waste levy. And they're the body that will probably end up funding some of the things we want to do at Macquarie's into the future. So at the moment, council can't afford to do, it's not budgeted, but going forward, we can hopefully get funding from the Tasmanian, what are they called? The Statewide Waste and Recovery Authority. You mentioned methane from the tip. So closing the tip early is not going to necessarily help reduce methane. We already recover about 5,000 tonnes of green waste through FOGO and other green waste that goes to being shredded into compost or mulch. It's the ongoing management of the tip for the next 20, 30 years to pull out methane. So that's ongoing. So closing the tip early is not going to have much impact on methane going into the tip. It's how we manage it into the future, and that will need to have resources if we want to manage it differently into the future, and that hopefully will come from the state waste levy. So if we've got good ideas, we've got to wait for that levy to be available, which may be in a year or 2 years' time. And also we need to keep in mind that waste management into the future will be under the auspices of the Southern Tasmanian Regional Waste Authority to some extent when it comes to contracts and things. So it's much more complicated than what we've discussed tonight. There's other elements we need to consider. And with regard to the bin clip, sorry.
Sure. Yep.
That should also, I think, just for reference, should go through the Southern Tasmanian Regional Waste Authority as well, because they need some projects. So I would suggest that they be approached and see if they're interested in running the trial of bin clips in South Hobart. So I would approach them.
Any further discussion? I will just comment, because there are a couple of things that Councillor Harvey mentioned. Yeah, it is complicated, and I think a lot of us have good knowledge that we bring to the complicated discussions. I don't really want to see our Southern Waste Authority funding litter management. I want to see them funding mattress recycling, soft plastics recycling, new FOGO things. I mean, I really wouldn't support them funding us to manage our litter issues and our blown plastics and our bin clips. So I appreciate the sentiment that we're hopefully going to have some good resources, but I think we want to really, drive that. That has to go into circular economy initiatives more than, managing pollution, plastic pollution.
They also need to do some things. Yeah.
And also on the methane, I totally understand that methane is going to be a legacy for many years, but I feel that we'll have, if we want to actually be a zero emissions city by 2030, I'm not sure whether we can be, the sooner we can actually get on to the task of capping the entire landfill and finding a capture technology that deals with a bigger proportion of the site, the better. As long as we have the landfill site is operating, it's going to be much harder to potentially attract a big investor to capture and use more of the methane. That's my perspective, Councillor Harvey.
We already have one there, and they're expanding the methane capture. Sorry.
That's my understanding of the situation and the advice that I've received, but we may have different advice, and that's understandable. So it's obviously a really big topic, and I think there's a lot of interest from the elected members, and I think the outcome's a good one in terms of the further work we're going to do. Thank you. All right, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again say no. Carried. Was that no?
So no, yeah.
Show of hands, all those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates.
Okay, I'm going to do one more item and then propose that we break for dinner. So that's item 14.
Can I suggest, Lord Mayor, former Alderman Foley has been sitting in the back row, so instead of doing item 14, I think you're here for the rates valuation item. Can we go to item 15, Lord Mayor?
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 15.
I'll move the recommendation.
Item 15 is the rating and valuation strategy review, seconded by Councillor Sherlock, and it is rating system options for community consultation. Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I would really like to commend the staff on this report. It's absolutely fabulous. I spent considerable time reading it. And, the first 2 points there everybody knows is the purpose of this report is to seek approval for a rating systems options paper and the commencement of community consultation. And the community benefit is the opportunity to community's benefit is to provide feedback and input to the city's review of its strategy. I'm really quite impressed by the various different options as well that's been in there. And everyone's probably already had a chance to have a look at it. Up to those 5 options that have been outlined. What I really also find impressive is just the way that the report has actually been structured. I'm really about structure and about having this logical, sequential form of addressing something. So I like how it's gone through what is rates, how is rates calculated, what is council's current rating system, the change to the capital value rating, and how do other councils levy rates. Because I think some of these things, not just community members, but sometimes these sort of things to do with rates are not well understood. And I think this report does an amazing job of clarifying all of those issues, as well as pointing out the options that are available to us. But not just that. The other really fabulous thing about this report is that it actually outlines alternative options. So not just things from the staff's perspective, those 5 options, but at page 158. It talks about the alternative options. The community is, just reading this, the community is encouraged to put forward other options that you may consider represents a fair and equitable distribution of the rate burden, and you would like to be considered as part of the review, which from one of our questions that came from the public or former alderman, that would probably be really helpful as well. And that summary is really concise, it's succinct, and the report is very thorough. So I'd really like to commend the staff on that. Thank you very much.
Burnfield.
One of the interesting things about being newly elected is that you have to walk through the process, understand the concepts, take them on and start making decisions. And those workshops were there for us to do just that, so that we had something on the table to give to the community that were well considered, that we were comfortable with, and that we felt did the job. And now it's time for the community to contribute their side. And I am grateful that we are able to do that, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the community comes back to us with.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to echo Councillor Sherlock's comments, I would like to really commend the staff for the work that they've done in this space over the last 6 months. They've really gone above and beyond to educate us, and also to provide a series of workshops where we could input and ask questions and understand a little bit more about options for rate base, which is one of the key things that this council is responsible for. I think that's a really key thing to point out, is that the rating system that we adopt is one of the most important decisions that this council makes. And the options paper has 5 great options, including a really pragmatic option, option number 2, of combining 2 different differential rates that are pretty well the same level for simplicity, while providing some commentary and discussion around the idea of option 5, which I would like to draw everyone's attention to, which is to introduce a new differential rate for commercial tourist accommodation providers. And this is merely a discussion for our community to be engaged with, to come back to us and let us know what their thoughts are. Do they think that commercial accommodation providers should contribute a little bit more directly to our operational costs as a council, or should Hobart City ratepayers continue to subsidise the tourism and visitor economy really heavily with minimal direct revenue raised? While the tourism and visitor economy is very important for the city, and it has tremendous benefits, having visitors come to Hobart and getting continually ranked so highly in all sorts of tourism awards, the majority of the economic benefit goes to the state government, and the council receives very little direct revenue from it. So I'd encourage ratepayers and residents and anybody watching out there today to come back to us with your thoughts on whether or not you think that the tourist economy should have some support from tourism operators, or whether or not you think ratepayers should continue to fund things like event grants and supporting particular precincts that are heavily utilised by people like cruise ship passengers and so on. And again, thank you to the staff for their excellent work.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I won't speak for long, but essentially the workshops that elected members were provided were absolutely sensational as far as the information goes. I didn't ever think I'd say that about rates, but there you go. It was so edifying. I found it very useful for my understanding. And I think to Mr. Foley's point, a community panel would have been something, I think, or an expert panel would have been something that certainly officers had suggested, but this council rejected. I didn't really think that was a good idea, because you know, with our portfolio committees, we've got people from all walks of life and experts in particular areas of heritage, of health, and what have you. So I think that was a missed opportunity. Having said that, we have I think those people who are interested in rates, and they're a very special group of people, I reckon, will be putting their thoughts forward during this consultation period. So thank you again to Laura for all of the work that you've done on this, and to our consultant. I think it's really an amazing body of work. So I really look forward to hearing what the community think about this.
Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. By virtue of my circumstance, I wasn't involved in the workshop, so I'm not really going to speak much to the content of the report. Just really a few questions to clarify our options as a council. Just noting that this consultation period, I don't know it's till February, but early February, but it really is the 2 months when everyone's not engaged. And I just want to get my head around, so I guess timeline, if changes were to be made to rates, that's as of July 1, I'm imagining next year potentially. If consultation closes in February, that seems like a long period of time to then work through the next steps. Noting we have a council meeting, I think the first Monday back proposed, because not yet gone through, which is just before the closure of the consultation period. I guess the question for the officers to make me comfortable with what's proposed here is there capacity for us to extend the consultation period at that council meeting in January if the feedback hasn't been many, hasn't been much engagement, and I guess will we be reported during the period as to updates on that community consultation piece?
Question for Mr Reynolds, I think.
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. The issue of how long a consultation period would lapse or go for was actually considered as part of the workshops, and there was a request to have a look at that. Unfortunately, the consequence of delaying or extending the workshop period would have an adverse consequence on our ability to actually put the budget together. So it's felt that it is an extensive 2-month period for consultation. We think that's adequate. And to delay it any further, that is to extend it into February, would have a consequence that would make it difficult for us to manage the outcomes of the review and then ultimately the budget.
Thanks.
Further discussion? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko.
Okay. So I propose that to adjourn the meeting for a period of a little bit, sort of till about 8:05, to have some dinner. Is that all right?
Yep. Thank you.
10 minutes. 10 past. Oh, 10 past. All right, 8 to have dinner, and we will reconvene after that. it's 8:10, so I am going to open the meeting and ask someone to move the recommendation for item 14. Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Again, this development assessment panel framework submission, I have to commend the officers, Karen and Neil's team, for the work that they've done on providing information back to the state government on this, the work or the discussion paper about essentially taking planning responsibilities away from councils. The concerns that I had with the discussion paper was, what's the necessity? And I mean, even in the government's paper, they recognise that the planning process, whilst it's certainly not perfect, and a lot of people would know that it's not perfect from the concerns raised with us, but the actual process is one of the fastest, if not the fastest, with the 45 days. Sorry?
It's 42 days.
42 days from way to go. So that, compared to other states, is actually quite fast. I think the importance, which is quite clear in our submission from council, is that we don't want to see an erosion of the community having their say on planning decisions, nor the increase in the minister's powers. We've seen how poorly that works with short stay accommodation and other PD, like planning directives, and how that has made, in the example of short stay accommodation, how that has made rentals less affordable as a result. Furthermore, the government seems to be jumping at shadows with a lot of these suggestions. The development assessment panel framework, so having a development panel, is premised on the supposed inability and public backlash of contentious social housing projects, which is a poor excuse and a poor mechanism to strip councils of planning and to hand the minister more power, at the same time as taking the community's voice, that's us, away on what is important in the area they both love and know the best, really. Now we are bound when we're acting as a planning authority to consider things in that context, and we know what the consequences are. So this council has a significant amount of knowledge with our planning staff. We provided frank and fearless advice according to the planning scheme. We may not always agree with it, but we have discretions and so forth in there already. The government's, as I said, the government's own discussion paper acknowledges that Tasmania has the fastest approval timeframe in the country, and we can always make improvements to delivering planning projects, and that includes the frames, but it doesn't need to be done this way. And I think it's ludicrous to have a situation where an applicant could actually nominate where they want it heard. Do they want it heard by the council or through a development assessment panel? So, how much advantage and unlevel playing field do we want? So changes to the planning scheme amendment process is likely for councils to have an increased cost burden as well. So instead of it being cheaper, faster, simpler, which is what I think when Minister Gutman was planning minister, he dreamed of all those years ago, this is another level of obfuscation and lack of clarity, really. And I'd just like to say there's a couple of other points that the council officers make, which are suggestions as to what could be improved. So I won't read those out. It's in attachment B on page 134 and 5 of the attachments. But really, there are some things that we can really do with this these suggestions and some things that can be improved. And thanks to Ms Aby and her team for putting this together.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, once again, I'd like to commend the staff on a really wonderful report. It's thorough, and it really goes really in depth in terms of explaining certain positions. So there's questions there, and then why they have decided what they're proposing. And I really found, I think it was page 131, it's about consultation 2, provision of an enhanced role for the Minister to direct a council to initiate a planning scheme amendment under certain circumstances. And if you haven't read it, I'm just going to read a tiny bit of it because it was just so well outlined. In principle, council recognises the long-established legislative role of local government acting as planning authority, with responsibility for directing strategic planning and establishing, interpreting, revising and enforcing the local planning scheme. I think that's really wonderful to outline, and it goes on to say, it is noteworthy that this position paper does not address the huge cost implications that would have to be borne by council in preparing and processing additional planning scheme amendments should the proposed changes be enacted. As it stands, council is currently under enormous pressure to meet its strategic planning obligations through its transition to the Tasmanian planning scheme. The City of Hobart is not alone in operating in the fiscally constrained environment of the local government sector. And it goes on, but it's just a really great piece of work. As the report also notes, the draft submission reiterates the City's position that statutory planning functions must remain with local councils, as they are better placed to understand local issues and the potential planning impacts on a community. It really also, as is outlined in the report, it actually pushes back against the submission, against the assumption that the introduction of ADAPT will quash controversy. It also questions the shift in decision making proposed by the framework as counter to the fundamental principles of why and how we should do planning and what problem or topic based on issues can and should be addressed through planning. So once again, I'd like to commend the staff, a really wonderful piece of work, and thank you for this draft submission and for being so thorough in giving us all that knowledge that we need to make decisions. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor, I just want to make a few points. Firstly, it appears to me, it's my understanding, that the premise of this is based on the statement to take politics out of planning. Now, unfortunately, when you analyze this critically, really, it will not take politics out of planning. Politics and people are always conjoined, as it were, and it's difficult to have the dissection. So it will be there all the time, but to what extent, and when you become a planning authority elected member, you go to hopefully objectively look at things. But what I'm impressed of is with the submission, and I don't want to repeat the points made, but I think I would endorse the points made, and also point out that 90% of the decisions are made by staff, I understand. And out of that, when you put it together according to the evidence that was given to us, that 98% approval rate, and that is huge. And only 2%, as it were, if it's not approved, do you assign that to politics? Not at all. So I support this, and I once again want to commend the staff for such a wonderful submission. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Really detailed submission. A couple of other little things. How are we informing the community about this? Do we have a strategy to keep the community informed about this submission and the potential changes to the planning with regard to taking it away from councils?
CEO. I'll just see if Director Aby has some comments she can make.
Through you, Chair, I understand that given this will be a submission to the state government, that it will be published on their website along with other submissions made by various parts of the community.
And is there any value in us being on the front foot with this, just to explain our submission to the community as well, by placing it on our website in a digestible way, just so people are aware of what this council believes could be the problems with taking planning away from councils?
I'm sure we can do that. Yeah, we can look at that.
We can do it?
We can look at it. Yep.
We can look at it?
Yep.
Might have a little amendment?
Sorry?
You will do it. You may do it. But I could move an amendment if we think it's appropriate.
Tonight I can't think of any reason why we wouldn't do it unless officers are going to be shaking their heads. There is no problem with us telling people what we put in a submission that's public.
Because I assume it will go out in the media digest from tonight as well. But I'm just keen to make sure that the public are aware of what's going on with regard to these submissions and the feelings of the City of Hobart with regard to, proposed changes or potential changes.
I would suggest, Councillor Harvey, that you move an amendment that a media release be or it be put on the website, because we actually have already issued the news from the council meeting because it was.
All right, I will move
an
amendment that a media strategy be put in place with regard to this item.
Or communications, so it could just be the website as well.
Communications strategy, which could just be the website, and whatever else.
Second for Councillor Harvey's amendment. Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour of that amendment say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. That's carried unanimously. Anything back to the original motion? Or this motion as amended, sorry. Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to make one point, and that was we talk constantly about how we want to strip the politics out of decision making by making this change. But to be fair, having been in this room, it was a surprise to me to learn just how much compromise governs our decisions. And everyone in this room gets to contribute, and it's balanced according to democracy, as in how many of different people of different political persuasions end up with the strength of the argument. But if we convert to a government body, by definition, the state government has to be elected with a dominant political force, which means that we go from this, where we have a political mix that contributes to have an outcome that represents the community itself in our unique little microcosm, to simply being the government body of the time will dominate the decisions that are being made. So we're going to become more political if we change, not less. Good point.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, thank you to the staff for putting together a very comprehensive submission. I guess I'd just like to speak more to the principle, and obviously this submission talks about how planning decisions should be at the local government or at the council level. Where I struggle with that as a overall concept for every application is that we run a system of relatively small councils in Tasmania, and we happen to be the decision-making body for anything that happens within these borders that go from Newtown to Sandy Bay. But the reality is that a development that happens on the other side of Creek Road, or a development that happens just the other side of the bridge, or one that happens, in Taroona, is still of interest to people in our community, and often quite massively affects them as well. And the reality is, as Hobart gets bigger, as our communities become more connected and interconnected, there are going to be instances where I just think the democratic principle is that it gets to a point where people ultimately who are elected by the citizens of one section of the community are no longer best, and in some ways undermines the democratic principle, but they're the ones who are sitting in the decision-maker seat. And so, look, there is no perfect way to do planning. I think overall the City of Hobart does a really good job. I think we have amazing staff that support us and are very professional. And I think some of the stuff they've highlighted in this option paper is definitely worth feedback for consideration. But I guess at a fundamental principle level, this idea that all decisions should be left to local governments and the local governments as they are, I just disagree with, because I think, if someone's proposed to build a starport out at Clarence because they think, Hobart's at the bottom end of the world, it'd be great, NASA wants to have one down there or something, the City of Hobart should have some sort of say. And the way it's written at the moment is, that democratic principle just doesn't exist. So I do think there are instances where having an alternate means of applying a planning scheme is appropriate. And so, I would hope that, doesn't matter which government it is down Parliament, they wouldn't stuff it up, but I do think there are opportunities where something like what they proposed could be with merit.
I think everyone knows where I stand on this. I've actually been going through some of my media releases. I could have gone back further, but somewhere around 2009 is where I got to, where I've been calling for planning reform and local government. So it has nothing to do with the very astute people around this table or the very astute staff. I've been very consistent about it. Politics plays a role in a lot of things, but when politics plays a role where we're lobbied heavily by people, and I can vouch and say that there's been that many council decisions over the years I've been on this council and in and around planning that have resulted from the lobbyist component on decision making. That's where it changes. But when you've got a group of actual professionals around a table who don't have to worry about whether they get elected at the next election, that changes the whole nature of politics. So hopefully eventually we're going to get something in the planning sense where we've got a group of absolute professionals, I'm not doubting our professionals, across a table which will make decisions based on planning. There was a matter that we dealt with behind closed doors here a few weeks ago. I think it was the last council meeting, the council meeting before, which I was absolutely appalled about on what we're doing. I'm not going to mention it, I can't mention it. But they're the types of things that I believe that we go forward and make decisions that I don't think are in the best interest of the community. It might be in the best interest of certain aspects of the community, but not the bigger, greater picture. And I think Councillor Coates has made a point that we as Hobart are making decisions based on the city of Hobart, whereas our borders are different things. I think it'd be a very good exercise, and I went on a study tour of New Zealand many years ago. It'd be a very good exercise for us to really study the New Zealand model. I think it works really, really well. Anyway, I won't be voting for this.
No, Councillor Lewis.
I wanted to commend the staff as well. I think this is a great document, and I totally support it. I do think anyone who believes that planning should be taken away from the local community needs to have a look at Empress Towers. They need to have a look at Angus Thornett's Lost Hobart calendar for 2024. You just need to have a look at what we've lost in the past and understand why planning is the way it is now in this city. We've had some terrible outcomes in the past, and I think the people of Hobart really want to keep control of their city when it comes to these sort of developments. And I certainly don't support yet another layer, almost of government really, being added in with the excuse that they're taking politics out. None of this stuff adds up. It does seem there's another agenda, and I'm really not impressed with the government over this or many other things, to be honest. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and Lord Mayor. Against? Alderman Suko and Councillor Coates. Motion is carried.
Item 16 is the review of the Services Act funding model, and another submission for this one, moved by Councillor Passelt, seconded by another seconder for this submission. Deputy Lord Mayor, discussion on the submission? No discussion, no questions. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Sure, that's a good one as well. Item 17 is procurement quotation exemption report, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion on the exemption report, quotation exemption report. 3 months? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 18 is the governance model review update. So this is about extending the review period to August 24. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion?
Just one little question, Lord Mayor. Is there a requirement in our governance model that we have to stand up all the time when we speak?
I'm going to take that on notice, but I sincerely hope not. We can have a look.
Yeah, because I'd rather not stand up.
I just think it's convention, I think.
Yeah, we can look at some other councils
Temporising.
and see what others are doing around the state. Even I don't know what Clarence does.
I don't think they do. I think, and I know some councils with push-button microphones.
Yeah, and the light comes on.
Yeah, that's right. So.
Let's
So
do that.
Do you want to move that as a? Or just take it on note.
You're on the wrong.
I think Mr. Young gets it, and he'll come back to us, I reckon, at some point.
On a related note, more serious, what I can say, we are looking at some IT upgrades to the chamber, to some of these points you're talking about using the tech. So I think in parallel to finding out what the policy position is on standing up and order of speakers, we'll deal with it all collectively.
Hands thing's another one. Oh.
Just
Sorry, I think Councillor Posselt was up first.
I was going to say, as a younger member of the council, that I quite welcome the opportunity to stand up and stretch my legs every now and then. It keeps me awake. It keeps me going, and I like the convention. Well, you could lie down. It provides me with some dignity. So,
Old Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you for welcoming my contribution. It's a question through you, Lord Mayor. When we're looking at this and we're looking at upgrading this council chamber, have we looked at alternatives for meeting spaces?
Can I?
Mr. Young?
Yeah, so that's actually not the purpose of the report tonight, but the answer to your question is yes. And in terms of rooms within Town Hall, this is the only suitable one, but it's not covered in the report tonight, but we will have something to say to you on that matter in a workshop in the near term.
Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I would actually like to speak to this motion, and that is that I have very much welcomed the portfolio construction. The way it's functioned has been wonderful. It's allowed us to get ahead of the law reform, the local government law reform, in that we were able to amply demonstrate many times over how we include the community on a regular basis with our decision-making systems. And we actually are starting to create a real culture of an expectation now where the community is going to come forth and start to contribute. I think that it's been a wonderful move forwards, and I think that it's allowed us to lead other councils with how things could be best done. So it was really just to support what we have achieved to date, and I look forward to seeing more of this.
Further discussion? Councillor Sherlock?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, I was really delighted to see some of the things that have been changed, some things added, some things removed. And mine's just it's just a comment, really. It's just about the addressing council, which was 7.3. I just thought it's really great that it's in there, and maybe it's a really great reminder for all of us, which is if a councillor is addressing a meeting of a council, another councillor is not to converse aloud or interrupt the speaker or interject, except to call attention to a point of order or to call attention to the want of a quorum. And I think it's really great that it's there. So thank you for that.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
no.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Coates, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zico. Motion is carried.
Can I just request before moving on to the item 19, can I need to leave momentarily to ring my daughter who's at home alone, and can you Can I pass over to the deputy? We might, do we need to move a motion for that?
I don't think so, if you just stepping out for a moment.
Sorry, I'll be back as soon as I just check in. She's rung several times.
Right, item 19. I have somebody move that, please.
Seconded.
Who moved? Councillor Sherlock, thank you. Discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I would like to move an amendment to the policy contained within. That has been emailed to everyone earlier, including to legals. I'm assuming you can put it up on the board.
Well, I think we've got that, haven't we, Sarah?
Okay, so basically, I was originally looking at, in a later motion tonight, where I'll probably be asking to rescind that, I wanted to look at how we address questions taken on notice. And the policy that's being addressed within this particular motion is where we actually have the amendment most suitably ensconced. The red is the part where I have added the parts that allow us to do this most appropriately. In a nutshell, the reason why I've done this is because often when we have these meetings, we have an awful lot of experts, we have directors and people who know more than elected members attending these meetings, and that is purely because we often will rely on them to do our due diligence and ask questions.
Just hold on, Alderman Bloomfield. We're talking about the proposed 2024 governance calendar.
You're too late.
It's 18, do we?
Oh, okay. Well, how awful.
For the purposes of discussion, do you want to go back to that? Can we go back to that motion? If there's a motion.
Council to approve it.
All right. So we'll resubmit. Lord Mayor, I think you can come back. We're actually on that item 19, but Alderman Bloomfield wanted to speak to item 18, so we just, perhaps if you take the chair and we'll rescind, recommit the item 18, if that makes sense. And I'll my brief moment in the chair has...
It's this
Governance model review.
Policy is not Alderman Bloomfield. Can you hear me?
Look, thank you so much for your generosity. You have this because I...
Sorry. Motion to read.
Work out what we're talking
Item
about.
18. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour to recommit this item 18.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that, sorry?
Is this okay?
Yes. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
You don't need to go back to the meeting. Sarah is telling us it is item 19.
Okay.
It's the policy attachment.
It's on the policy.
Oh, okay.
Everyone else is right. You were right.
We didn't vote on that motion, so I think we can just ignore that it existed.
Head.
Yeah.
So
You're happy to withdraw that recommit motion? Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
On 19.
So item 19 is the proposed governance calendar. Moved by Alderman Bloomfield. Did you want to move the item, or did you want to move an amendment?
Item had already been moved and seconded as far as I knew.
So we're back to
I was...
debate.
you want to move the...
I'll move. Oh, Councillor Sherlock and Harvey.
Helpful here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm showing moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Sherlock for debate to be brought on agenda item 19. The amendment, as I understand it, relates to the policy component of the report, not the calendar. That's where I have us on the agenda.
Okay.
Just
All right,
sorry to interrupt, Lord Mayor. That's correct. But the deputy was at the chair. The Lord Mayor wasn't in the room, so I think we're going to start from scratch.
I'm not opposed to that.
Thank you. No, I'm confused. I'm not going to move anything.
We're doing 19.
Okay. I'll open. Moved by Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion on item 19. Alderman Bloomfield, do you have an
I'd
amendment?
like to move an amendment, please. It is on the policy that this actually is discussing, and that is as part of a subsequent report that's attached where there's multiple alterations made to adjust for committee and so forth within it. So the reason I wanted to make the change was because when we have people within this room, the experts in the field who are asked a question by us and us doing our due diligence, and they say, I don't have the answer, but I'll take it on notice. I have found over the last few months that I feel we need to strengthen the policy to ensure and understand that when somebody says that I will take this on notice, that they hold the responsibility to do so. And that in order to do so, we must ensure also that the answer comes back not just to elected members, as will be stated within this amendment, but will also be made public as an addenda to the next minutes of the next meeting, so that the public, who is just as much part of this meeting as what we are who are participating, gets a full record of all questions, all answers, in context of what we are discussing. One of the reasons that I believe we should be doing this is not only is it honest and therefore not misleading the public by saying, hey, we're not going to bother answering that question. We cannot be doing that, we must. But also because there are chances that a question unable to be answered in a meeting may in fact hold an answer that could have changed completely the context and the ultimate outcome of what was being discussed on the night. I note myself personally, I haven't had a lot of questions that I've asked that have had to go to a question on notice, but an answer on notice. But what I will find is that, for instance, as an example, there was one question I did ask, and it was actually about the Crowther statue, but it wasn't a political question. It was simply asking a question on a report that stated that these statues are common, and I wanted to know how common. And they said, well, we'll take that on notice. And I waited, and I waited, and I never saw an answer. And then we had a planning committee meeting, and I asked the question again, and I had to, because I still didn't have the answer, and I actually felt that was quite material. Because when we are discussing about removal or whatever we're going to do with things, understanding that basis I actually felt was material. And it's still effectively unanswered because the expert of that night I felt had redefined my question rather than answered it. So basically what I want to do is simply not only put the onus back on the person, I want to ensure that during the meeting we hold a small register, so all questions that are taken on notice are recorded so that we have accountability. And there's one place of accountability, so you haven't got multiple people hoping they'll all come back in appropriate time. And that more importantly, that it will then be reported publicly for all to see. And it is possible, for instance, that an answer may not be possible within a month. You know, there might be some very big questions that require much research, and that would be appropriate too. Hence, I put in an allowance there to say, well, look, if you need longer, let us know. And if the elected member says, hey, look, I really don't need to know that answer, I feel I had everything I needed after all, we have the right to rescind as well. So it was really just making this a more robust methodology or policy to ensure that when we ask questions in this room, that we have not just the answers that are taken on notice, but they are in fact supplied, they are publicly held accountable, and that the public get a full accountability of how these meetings are conducted. Thank you.
Okay, so can I just suggest that that the amendment wouldn't be all of those words, it would just be that it would be an amendment to the item 4, that would be the council adopt the proposed changes to the meeting procedures and guidelines policy shown in track changes, and including the amendments approved at the meeting, or something like that.
Well, not all of those were written by me, they were written and recommended by staff.
No, that's right. I'm saying there'd be two, the ones in track changes and the ones discussed or agreed to at the council meeting. Okay, further discussion, Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Alderman Bluefield, for putting forward this amendment. It's one of those instances where I agree strongly with the sentiment of it, but I just have I find myself unable to support it. I just think from a practical point of view, I can see instances where it just wouldn't work, and I do believe it would create a administrative overhead and burden. But look, I feel like if you ask a question in this chamber and someone takes it on notice, it's sort of incumbent on you to follow that up. I also can foresee a scenario where potentially the question that's been asked, there might be information that potentially can't be publicly released, can't be, we deal with stuff all the time in close, and it's not always so clear that that's closed and that bit's, but there's sometimes the option of someone being able to take something on notice and then afterwards coming to you and saying, well, I took that on notice because actually here's some further information you may not be aware of. And I'm not suggesting this happens often, but it can be, in my mind, a necessary, if you like, tool. And look, I've always found staff to be very, very upfront and clear in information and providing it. I've always found to be very approachable and agreeable. And the reality is there's many methods by which they make us aware. So often they might take a question on notice, but they'll provide the information and they'll send a memorandum out. Or if you feel that it needs to be public, there are procedures in place where you can ask a question via the means and have that question in on the agenda so it can then be answered on the formal agenda. So look, I think there are means with which to make questions and answers public already. And there are also, I think, scenarios where it's a useful ability for people to take it on notice. And while I agree with the sentiment that, ideally it'd be really nice if there was a register kept and et cetera, but I just think overall it'll become a lot of overhead for relatively little benefit. And I can see scenarios where the way it is at the moment actually works. Thanks.
I'd need a seconder for Alderman Bloomfield's amendment. Councillor Lohberger. Further discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion? I'll put...
I just have a question through you. When the questions are asked by public, is it correct to say that the answers are provided? Just one clarification on that. And secondly, when elected members ask questions, are answers provided? And if not, why not?
Yeah, I can answer the question if you like, but I can also ask Mr. Young too. I mean, yes, if they're asked if we take them on notice in the question time, they're provided in writing to the questioner and they're put on the next agenda, are they? Sorry, Mr. Young might know.
I believe that's normal practice, yes. So there's two parts to this, as to Councillor Dutta. So if a member of the public has a question taken on notice, there's process A, but if an elected member asks a question that's taken on notice, there's process B. And I think Alderman Bloomfield's talking about process B, where you're of the view that we need to tighten up how we come back to elected members when we take questions on notice. That's as I understand it. Is that correct? Yes?
Deputy Lord Mayor.
So just following on from that line of questioning, so they're in the agenda of council, there's a formal part of question without notice, and those are where they are captured, but I don't think that's what you were talking about, is it? So in effect there is a mechanism where if we want to make sure that something is captured at the moment, it could be asked again as a question without notice? Like formally as a question without notice?
That's an option.
Well, yeah, I think, to pick up on Councillor Coates, we risk complicating things here. Best practice where possible is if an elected member asks a question on notice in the council meeting, you're provided with the answer as soon as possible, but it is then also picked up as an addendum through the minutes that appear in the next agenda for the next council meeting, because the question formed part of the previous meeting, if that takes sense. I think we're probably struggling, if I'm honest, for consistency on being able to having done that. But that's, in my view, how the process should work, because the question is asked in this meeting, if you will, and so therefore it should ideally be picked up with the response in the associated minutes for that meeting, which fall into the next ordinary agenda.
Through you to the acting CEO or Mr. Young, given this amendment, and it's in some ways it's straightforward, in some ways it's not, you know, it takes a little bit of thinking. Is there another way, I don't know if you've had a chance to digest it, but is there another way that we can capture this? I mean, I'm concerned about a burden for staff and capturing those things that should have been captured that may not have been captured. So I'm just...
Look, thinking through you, Chair, if I can.
Yes.
Look, thinking on the fly, so the rider is this is not a fully formed thought. You could potentially do it through expanding the existing EM request process so that the questions, if you will, are captured on the night. We then plug them into that system and then they are dealt with through that way to guarantee they are picked up through a framework that already exists to track all other elected member requests rather than building something from scratch just for council meetings.
Yeah, and can I just also add that if an elected member does feel it's really important to get it answered for the public, it could be re-asked as a question without notice at the end of the council meeting. So that's another option to ensure that it's actually... Anyway, that's, I think, Councillor Posselt and then Alderman Zuko.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I think what Alderman Bloomfield's trying to do is to ensure that when a question is asked by an elected member in a public forum that it's answered. That's it. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. This is a public meeting that people are viewing, and if there are questions that need to be asked to inform debate, they should still be answered even after a decision's been made, because it is possible and plausible that an answer may come back for a question on notice that informed a decision that fundamentally changes the viewpoint of enough elected members that a total majority of the council decides to reverse their decision. But if questions are just left as on notice when we're trying to inform our debate and inform our position and inform our decision for the city with no response, it's not transparent, it's not accountable, like we're not holding the organisation to account, and it probably doesn't lead to the best decision making either. So I think that it's really important that we do support this, and it's not having a crack at anyone, it's just about a systems upgrade essentially to ensure that we have a robust system where elected members' questions are answered. It's simple, and I'm sure that the organisation can deliver that relatively easily. Of course there will be a degree of work attached, but that's what happens when we're trying to govern a city with transparency and accountability, is that there are costs associated with doing that well, and if you cut corners then you get bad decisions. Simple.
Now, I just think this is just an over-onerous situation. I think what Mr. Young has said is one way of doing it. It's simple. We're in this chamber at the end of the meeting. If we really want to have our question or any points that have been raised by any officer and saying, I'll take that on notice, all you've got to do at the end of the meeting when questions are there, as Councillor Coates said, is ask the question. Now, during the debate on the local mobility plan, I asked this question through you to the acting CEO. The acting CEO stated, I'll take it on notice. Well, I've asked the question again, now it's formal. I think that's all we've got to do. It's not rocket science. We're going to create another level of work for the officers where they've already got a process they can do. So that's all we've got to do. So, and the onus is on us to ensure that that question is answered to us, not the. And then we follow up with it. Then it will be on the agenda because we've asked it at the end of the meeting. So, you know, all due respect to what is intended here, we've already got a process where we've got questions at the end of the meeting. If we really want to get an answer for it, ask it again at that point in time.
Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I do understand the distinction between the question without notice and something taken on notice. And I think just within these procedures that's outlined, where is it? And I discussed this with Alderman Bloomfield. Number 10, questions without notice. And if you have a look at point, what is it? What page are you? I'm on page 181. And at 8, I think it is. Oh, I think I might need glasses. I think it's 8. And it actually talks about when a question is taken on notice, that a written response is circulated to all elected members as soon as possible. In these particular circumstances, the minutes of the meeting at which the question is put will be recorded, and the fact that it has been taken on notice, upon the answer to the question being circulated to elected members in accordance with the above, the question will be listed in the agenda. All of those points that are already there within what we're about to approve. Can you just explain to me this amendment?
Might be a question to...
Oh, sorry, this amendment. Oh, sorry.
It's her amendment.
Do you think that perhaps Alderman Bloomfield, there's any merit in what has just been stated by Councillor Coates and Alderman Zuko, is that it's something we already do, but maybe it's just something we can refine a little bit more? Because those points that are mentioned there in the amendment almost look as though they mirror those that are there. I'm just unsure.
Am I allowed to answer?
Yes, it's a question to you, so...
Point being is that these questions that are being asked of staff, the responsibility to answer is not mine. It is the person who has been asked and has suggested they will answer that at a later date. They need to be held to account. I should not have to do their work for them and do so. That is my point, and that is why we had to look at alternatives to do so. It may be an oversight of mine that I didn't see this section, because this section also existed. Perhaps it's actually a duality within this particular policy set. But at the end of the day, if it's not followed, isn't that an issue? And if it's not followed, and when I actually chased up through other directors who said, oh, well, you know, no one seems to be taking account of these things. That's an issue. That's poor governance.
You've given a response to the question. So I think the response was, it is actually already in the document. So
sorry, I'm just a little bit confused with regards to the things that the amendment is asking from A to D. I'm just wondering if it's already been now put forward before us for something to actually vote on, as in this is now what we will do moving forward when it comes to questions taken on notice.
Okay. I think you've had your response from Alderman Bloomfield, and you've posed the question to the floor, Councillor Sherlock. Councillor Posselt, is this a question?
My understanding is that Alderman Bloomfield's intent is for it to apply to questions that are taken on notice during debate, rather than questions without notice in the questions without notice section.
No, it's taken on notice.
Yes. So.
Not without notice.
But that's
taken on notice. Sorry.
A little while ago, someone nearly lectured us for interrupting and all that, right? And now we've got someone speaking.
What's the point of order?
Well, the point of order is there's someone interrupting someone that's speaking.
I think they were probably talking with each other, conferring rather than interrupting. But
so my query
let's get on with it.
Yeah, my query to the
question.
To the manager of legal and governance is, in the policy, does the questions taken on notice apply to questions within debate, or does it only apply to questions without notice section, which is how I interpret the policy?
That's a cracking question.
Thanks.
I think it has to be taken as applied to both in the context of an ordinary meeting, because if not, you end up with an absurd result. So back to points other councillors have said quite eloquently, that if, regardless of the context of where you are in the meeting or a debate on a particular motion, if an officer says they're going to take a matter on notice, the onus is then for them to come back to you, but also if you don't hear from them within what you think is a reasonable time, to follow it up. And then to round it out, in terms of the actual report as provided by officers, it does provide for that, I think.
Alderman Bloomfield.
So sorry. Look, I really have difficulty reading this, and this is actually a different section and a different question series, nothing to do with everything I've just put up there. This is about elected members being able to put up a question without notice, totally different, where I'm actually saying that I have asked a question and then a director or somebody else has said, hey, I don't know the answer. It is misleading to...
We'd need to, unless it's a question or a comment. I think unless there's any further discussion, I'm going to put a vote on this amendment.
One question, Lord Mayor, just through you, I'm not sure who to. Will this affect Planning Committee as well, or is it just full council?
Which one? The
Alderman Bloomfield's amendment.
Oh, it'll be in the meeting procedures, which is everything.
Already got it.
Our meeting procedures apply to all meetings.
Yeah. But sorry, I haven't spoken. But I'm happy with what's already in the meeting procedures, and I interpret that if I ask you a question without notice, and then, or if whoever does, then you say, I will take that on notice. That means it's on notice, and an answer will be supplied. And then if it's written and forwarded, that's double checked it. So I don't understand why we need this.
Okay, all right. Well, everyone's got a chance to vote on it. So all those in favour of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor. You're going to count.
Five noes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes. It's carried by 1.
Okay, now we will now put the motion as amended, if everyone's happy with item 19. All those in favour of item 19 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Dutta, no. Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Item 20 is the quarterly financial report. Would someone like to move that? Deputy, seconder for the quarterly financial report. Seconder, please, Councillor Lohberger. Discussion? Any discussion? Questions? Put that. All those in favour say aye. Against, say no. Carried unanimously.
That's why you're sad.
Yeah, well, I was trying to find how to fit the tables.
Too quick.
21. Financial statements. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Any discussion? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zuko.
Item 22, vacancies, council appointments. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Deputy.
We have the readmission to council or the re-election on recount to council. Congratulations, Councillor Coates, for being around the table. So the motion that we have before us is Councillor Coates be appointed to the Planning Committee. The the fact that Councillor Coates is here and Councillor Sherlock and myself have been co-chairing a committee, Healthy Hobart, after Councillor Elliott decided that she did not want to chair that portfolio. We took it up, which was very enjoyable, and I thank the staff for the help that they've provided. But I think Councillor Coates is interested in taking on a Healthy Hobart portfolio, so I'm going to suggest that we have some amendments. So could the amendments that I've suggested be put up, please? So part one of the motion stays the same. Councillor Coates be appointed to the Planning Committee. Part 2.1, Councillor Dutta, I nominate that Councillor Dutta be appointed as Chair of the Planning Committee, and I think there's another...
I'd need a seconder.
Nomination for this.
Councillor Sherlock.
Councillor Coates, so, and I think Councillor Posselt may want to nominate as well for planning. Part 2, Councillor Coates be appointed as Chair of the Healthy Hobart portfolio. Part 3, I seek to be the proxy for the Legat proxy delegate. I suggest that Part 4, Councillor Dutta be appointed to the Housing with Dignity reference group, since he is Housing and Homelessness portfolio chair. It seems to make sense. And Part 5 is that Councillor Lohberger be appointed as the Chair of the Housing with Dignity group, which Alderman Barakis has vacated. And Part 3 is the above listed appointments be for the duration of the current term of council.
Okay. Discussion on the amendments. Would anyone else like to nominate for any?
No, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to ask if we can have all those 5 amendments. No, 5, yes. Amendments taken separately, please.
Are there any other nominations for the roles?
Yes, I'd like to nominate for Planning Chair.
Okay, so might take that one separately.
Alderman Succo's just asked that they all be used.
More separately.
Yeah. So I might...
Lord Mayor, if I may assist, you've got 2 nominations now for planning,
yes,
so you might have to go to
a vote. Yeah. Okay, we might do the other ones first. So we'll do all of the amendments except one, which we now have 2 people nominating for. So we'll do a vote on that. So I'll put all those in favour of item 2. Oh, Councillor Coates.
Look, just before you do that, just to speak to the motion about appointing me to planning, if I can just speak to that before I accept. It hasn't escaped my notice that in the November 2022 to October 2023 attendance register, we haven't had a single planning committee meeting where all 12 were able to attend. We have in that time, according to this, had one that had to be abandoned. As far as I'm aware, we had a second one abandoned last week. I did look up today the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2015, which says that a quorum is a majority of members. And if my maths is right, when we have a committee of 12, we need 7. If we have a committee of 11, we only need 6. In the order of precedence, if I'm the last one on the block anyway, not a single meeting ever has 12, so I would have been able to attend every single one of these meetings and been co-opted in. For the purpose of, when people attend planning committee, they sometimes bring representatives. They plan on that decision being made at that committee date. They may well have finance on a house, they may well have finance on activities, they may well have structured their affairs around that timescale. And, it is not a great look when we have to abandon meetings. Now, admittedly, it's only happened twice, but it doesn't prevent me from coming and contributing on the last year's results, I'll be able to vote at every single meeting. What it does do, though, and unfortunately the Act is written in stone where you've got this majority rule, but you know, it's a lot easier out of 12 people to get 6 than it is to get 7, and both of those abandonments wouldn't have happened. So I guess I'm just floating, and I'm interesting to hear the thoughts, but based on what's happened,
Better off not turning up.
you're better off having a formal committee of 11, and then you can co-opt in when there's a vacancy, because the reality is there's always a vacancy. Because it just means that we're more likely to proceed with a functional meeting and a functional quorum. And so look, it's a bit of a perverse situation in a way, but unfortunately the way the local government regulations are written, if we have a committee that's got 12 members, we need 7. And so I'm not sure that it's in the best interest of the community, but I accept this, what is a beautiful nomination. Because I would hate to be someone who, has hired a professional planner, has come forward with an idea, or I've been told that's going to be the planning committee meeting, and then you turn up on a day and it's abandoned. I just think that's a really poor outcome, and I know that it's a very small way of trying to reduce the likelihood of that happening, but from a practical point of view, there's nothing preventing a councillor who's not a member of the committee from still turning up to the committee and contributing. Based on the last year, I'd still be able to vote at everything. Dare I say it, it's incredibly likely that if all 12 were here, I wouldn't necessarily be in a majority vote anyway. So look, I'd be, through you, Lord Mayor, I guess the question to you is, as the Mayor of this council, I'd sort of like your thoughts around that, but I'm thinking that we're better off having a quorum of 6, not 7, and from a practical point of view, I can't see that it makes a huge difference.
I'll defer to Mr Young, who's got some thoughts on this.
An admirable sentiment, and I note your views on the committee, but a key function of elected members in holding office is to sit as a planning authority. So I'm happy to get you external advice, but my preliminary view would be you cannot excise yourself from sitting as a member of the planning authority. The special committee is a committee of the all for every elected member of the City of Hobart, and further to that, the expectation is that you have to attend.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I vaguely recall that when we set the planning committee to sit separately to council, that there was a criteria that it be the quorum be an absolute majority of council. Is that correct? In which case, the logic that's getting the quorum down to 6 wouldn't actually.
I don't think the lowering the quorum is a logical argument to your point. I think it has to be an absolute majority sitting as a planning authority.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, the only way around it, it's very simple. We go back to a planning committee where the council is the ultimate planning authority and matters go to council for final ratification. Then if the matters are, if it happens to occur that a planning committee, whether it be 5, 7 or 150, happens not to have a quorum, then it goes to council, and there's always a planning meeting prior to council. That resolves everything. But what do I know? I've only been here 32 years.
Councillor Lohberger.
Question through you, Lord Mayor. If a meeting is abandoned or not able to go ahead because of a lack of quorum, do the items get dealt with regardless?
Ms Abey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That depends on the expiry date of the application. If there is sufficient time for the application to be considered at a subsequent meeting of the Planning Committee, then it will come to that meeting, and if not, then the application would be determined by the Director.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so are you happy to accept the nomination?
I was sort of happy in the first instance. I was just, yeah, I will accept. It sounds like we have a committee of the whole. Yes.
Okay, so I'll put the first item. All those in favour say aye.
Yeah. What is the first item?
The first item there. Sorry, Lord Mayor, just point of clarification. First item there is appoint a chairman of planning. You've got 2 nominations.
No,
sorry.
The first item is Councillor Coates.
Oh, right. Sorry, apologies.
All those in favour of item 1?
With a 10-minute delay.
Aye. Again, say no.
No.
Carried unanimously. Item 2.2. All those in favour of Councillor Coates as chairperson of Healthy Hobart, say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no. Carried unanimously. Item 3, nomination there, Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no. Carried unanimously. Item 4, Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no. Carried unanimously. Item 5, is it? Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, so now we have item 1 and we have an election. So I will ask the officers to, I presume you want, do you want a show of hands or do you want a secret ballot?
Show of hands.
Lord Mayor, I think
We generally do secret ballot.
yeah. Well, I would be very happy to have a show of hands as one member who's asking for a secret ballot, and I think that if one person asks for that, then that's what we should do.
All right, so we'll do the ballot.
Yeah, I'll serious cut the ballot box.
I only had 2. Yeah, no, that's all right. I got top 2.
What colour pen does everyone got?
What happens if I write blue?
That's okay.
Well,
I know it was you. Thank you.
Nothing up my sleeve.
There's been 13 votes.
It's funny.
Try will.
Yeah, good point too. Solid.
Well, if we all resigned, we'd get it down to 3.
I mean, look, it's only twice in a year, so it's not by the same measure. I mean, every single vote.
But he has to.
Never have twice.
I don't know about that part. I think everyone counts as
Is that what it says? Is that what the act says? That everybody who is an elected member on council has to be on the committee? And that.
Planning committee used to never be 12.
So what you were saying, talking about?
Act says that a quorum has to be.
Yeah, I know the
an
quorum.
absolute majority.
Yeah, but I'm just saying with the planning committee, is that just because all elected members are considered part of as a planning authority? And
No. So our planning committee never used to have 12 on. It used to have 6.
Yeah, I think
still didn't have my question answered.
He's a politician. What do you expect?
No, the act does not stipulate that you have to have 12 in the planning committee. That's why we used to have planning committee.
We have a result. I'm showing 8 votes for Councillor Dutta, 2 votes for Councillor Ryan and 1 informal.
One informal. Oh.
All right. So moving on. Oh, so we need to. So now that's item 2.2. That Councillor Dutta be appointed as chairperson of the planning committee. All those in favour say aye. And say no. Carried unanimously.
Part 3.
No, Lord Mayor, I voted no.
All those in favour say aye. Against say sorry. All those in favour raise your hand.
What are we voting for?
Alderman Bloomfield.
Councillor Dutta's friend.
Burger, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Coates. Was that a hand up, Councillor Coates?
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor,
Against.
Alderman Zuko. Motion's carried.
Okay, and item 3. What was item 3?
The above listed appointments be for the duration of the current term.
All those in favour of item 3 say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Dutta, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor.
And against? Okay, we're now moving on. Oh, there are two motions from Councillor Elliott that will lapse until she's here to present them. And then item 25 is a motion from Councillor Alderman Bloomfield that I presume you don't need now.
Yeah, we'll let that one go.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 26 from Councillor Bloomfield, motion from Councillor Bloomfield.
Thank you. Okay. I also have amended this one after much discussion, gratefully received advice from Deputy Lord Mayor and Lord Mayor. So there is another... sorry. Thank you. So there is another amendment that should be tabled, I hope on the screen by now, and you would have all had an email earlier today on this. It is a profound change, I do apologise, but it was simply to broaden it and strengthen it. And to be honest, this motion came about because I was looking, well, there was discussion on pre-selections, and I remembered that all state and federal politicians, the first thing you do if you want to run is you have to have your working vulnerable people card and you have to have your police check. That's before you even start. And yet here we all are, we're elected, we've been doing the job, and yet there's never been that requirement for us to do such a thing. Yet we have a deeper and more prevalent community connection than anyone in state and federal parliament. So as a result, I wanted to lift our bar, get ahead of where we need to go, and start the direction. So I was merely asking for a report, and the report that I therefore wanted to push forward with my more detailed motion was to show local community leadership and responsiveness to the revelations of widespread historic and contemporary child sexual abuse in Tasmania as evidence in the recent inquiry hearings, and it is moved that the Council seeks a report that explores the possibility of facilitating community initiatives on National CSA Survivors Day each November, a meeting with Legat and the new child safe regulator once appointed to discuss the community leadership and role of a local government in CSA prevention, potential for site visits to two peer communities where councils have assumed a CSA prevention role and make recommendations as to how the Hobart City Council may show further leadership, and there have been identified a few places such as Ballarat, Victoria and Maitland who are already doing this. And then looking at advice as to how the Hobart City Council can serve as an exemplar for local respondent entities to the Child and Youth Safe Organisations Framework legislation by voluntarily self-accrediting annually to the Child and Youth Safe standards, mandating that all senior council staff secure and maintain working vulnerable people clearance, which I believe we probably are already doing, facilitating councillors, aldermen to maintain their working vulnerable people clearance as necessary to discharge their community and representative responsibilities, and including CSA prevention and awareness as part of the induction for existing and new councillors and aldermen. And I would like to commend that amendment to this motion for this council. Thank you.
Seconder was this? Oh, Councillor Sherlock. There seems to have not been the amendment hasn't been received, so we might need you to...
Emailed it.
Oh, that might be on me. I've got an email from 6:34 that I think that's the one that I've just forwarded on to Sarah, so hopefully that'll come up in a minute. Apologies. It's
down below it.
No, it's
you
below
keep
there.
going, it's
Yeah,
there.
that's
Yeah.
So it's the report, so if you can bring it up.
It was mostly just to change the initial short one I had to something that was doing the same role, but it was a little bit more encompassing, and mirroring a lot of the work that the Launceston City Council had already achieved, so that we can show the community that we are genuinely getting on with the job.
I think we're missing the bit at the top where it says the report. Yeah, I think...
Can I speak to this whilst everybody's digesting it? Yeah, I thank Alderman Bloomfield for taking on, from the discussion that we only had this morning. Essentially, I was a number of us were approached by a constituent who appeared before the Commission of Inquiry and who was involved with whistleblowing in the case of the nurse James Griffin, who who worked in the Launceston General Hospital. So it was around the Commission of Inquiry into child abuse in government institutions. Now, from that Commission of Inquiry, there will be expectations of local government to lead and to ensure that we have a safe environment for children. And I think this is really a really important part of the work that we as organisations, outward-facing organisations, but also within the things that we do within organisations when working with vulnerable people such as children. It's something that we have to lead on. I commend and most of this is very much taken from Councillor Andrea Dawkins' motion. I think Councillor Dawkins from Launceston City Council put this forward, and I think it was supported, if not unanimously. It was carried, and is something that I think, as the capital city, I think that we should be emulating this and on the front foot. I know that a lot of these things will come into play as a result of the Commission of Inquiry through those recommendations, but I really commend this to the Council. I think it is leading and it is ensuring that we are doing the best by the most vulnerable and those children who could be in situations where they are at a vulnerable, in a vulnerable situation. So I commend this motion and thank Alderman Bloomfield for taking on board some of the things that we discussed.
Mr Young would like to provide some comments.
Look, yeah, I think it's important we talk on a couple of matters around this, and look, and I think it's a very admirable intention, but this is unfortunately one of those circumstances where public expectation and legislation are not quite there yet. So you've covered the field around the Commission of Inquiry, Deputy Mayor, but there's also a body of work happening in the space around potential reforms to the Local Government Act and elected members. My concern on this, and the devil is in the detail, I know we're only asking for a report, in that sitting here tonight we actually have no head of power under the Local Government Act to require you to do it. So what happens if we end up with a policy and only half of you elect to do it? I've got no ability to require the other half of you to do it, which risks being weaponised in the chamber. Or heaven forbid one of you does it and fails it. I've then got no head of power to do anything about that either. So I'm also highly mindful of the Launceston experience in this space. So I'm not speaking against the motion, I'm just giving a note of caution that any report should also consider the broader legislative framework, that there's a gap in the field at the moment, that you don't have a hook to hang this off.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, again, it's one of those ones, the sentiments just make sense to probably everyone around this table, but just to inform members, and obviously the Mayor will be aware as the representative, but LGAT was tasked by its members, and it actually has an appointed resource who's liaising, and if you look it up, it's on their meeting agenda. They do an update every meeting, but it's number 4.8, which is the review of the Royal Commission recommendations in child safe organisations, and they're doing a whole of sector response with a resource engaged, and that is in consultation with the Department of Justice and the Office of Local Government. And that's the implications of local government on the response of the Commission Inquiry, institutional response to child sexual abuse, and it's essentially working with the Office of Local Government and the Department of Justice, but also the Tasmanian Child and Safe Youth Organisations Act 2023 being reviewed as part of it. And my understanding as well is they've also engaged with LG Pro, which is more around obviously workforce development in this space. So, you know, this is one of these instances where rather than sort of Hobart having its own sort of framework, it's one of the ones, I think community expectation would be that management and adoption of policies and frameworks around dealing with vulnerable people and children would be consistent whether you're in Launceston, Tasman, Hobart or Burnie. And look, there is activity happening in this space. We're obviously members, and we, as of right, have a seat at the General Management Committee of LGAT, and LGAT has asked the organisation to do work in this space, which they are, and it's publicly available. So I look forward to the Mayor and now our proxy in updating us in future on this, but there is work happening in this space. And so, again, it's one of these ones where 100% agree with sentiment, but in my mind it would be a duplication of what's already happening in the sector.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a very similar kind of style of motion to what I moved in December regarding registers of interest and conduct around developers. It's the same problem as well, in that there's no overarching piece of legislation that governs the response to non-compliance. And at the same time, in December, I'll argue the same point that I argued then and now, which is that Hobart City Council can lead. We are the capital city council. We can show, by example, sometimes the state government, how it's done. And just because there's no legislative framework by which to hang those who don't obey or comply with the policy, there is this thing called the House of Public Opinion, where the probity of elected members can be called into question at the next election. And ratepayers and voters can make their decision then. If somebody says that they don't want to get a working with vulnerable people check done and comply with what is a pretty simple and basic policy and something that's very reasonable, well, voters can ask the question at the next election why, and if they don't think that it's a good enough answer that's given, then they cannot re-elect the person. It's simple. And I think that just because work is being done in another area doesn't preclude us from doing our own work. It doesn't preclude us from leading, especially when it comes to matters as important as child safety, in light of the failures, the absolute abhorrent failures of department after department after department in this state to manage child safety concerns. Why wouldn't we want to lead with this? So thank you, Alderman Bloomfield, for bringing this forward. I think it's straightforward. I think that even though there is some shortcomings, as Mr Young has pointed out, that it is still worth pursuing in the interest to ensure that all children are safe when we have interactions with them.
Alderman Zuko.
Look, Lord Mayor, I don't have an issue with this, but I think Mr Young's made a point. If there's issues under the Act, I think that's what we've got to be overcoming, and I think the amendment should include that we write to the Minister in respect of this and maybe seek amendments to the Act if we need to, but I think that could happen once a report comes forward. So once a report comes forward, if it finds that that's where the deficiencies are, Lord Mayor, we can add to it. I take the point made by Councillor Posselt. I was actually in this chamber quite a while ago, Lord Mayor, when we were going down the track of ensuring that elected members undertook the same checks as staff. I remember the debate on drugs and alcohol. And at the moment we have a policy which is completely different from the staff and the elected members. Staff need to be drug checked and checked for alcohol, elected members don't. So if we're really serious about making sure that we, as elected members, are upholding everything in best practice, but also being on the level playing field of our staff, I think we should add to this, and I move an amendment that all elected members also be drug tested and alcohol tested in accordance with the staff policy. So I'll move that as an amendment.
That we need a seconder. Councillor Sherlock.
Oh, as part of the report, Lord Mayor. Sorry, not directly, as part of the report. Sorry.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The point that was raised about pre-employment checks a couple of council meetings ago was the potential ethical dilemmas with drug testing for officers. And the points that I made was in fact that I don't believe that drug testing should occur in the staff unless there is significant reason to do so. So if they drive a heavy vehicle or operate heavy plant, then there is a reasonable expectation that they are drug tested to ensure the safety of other workers and the public at large. However, for office workers, I made the point 2 council meetings ago that I don't think that it's reasonable. I think that it opens a can of worms, because what happens when you get a drug test that reveals opiates? We don't have a policy to cover that. We don't have a policy for how to manage that. And that will go to council, to elected members as well. Things that have long half-lives, like cannabis, which is an illicit substance, will show up in a drug test, but equally opiates will show up in a drug test for a significant period of time, and opiates may well be prescription-based. But they also may not be prescription-based, and at what point do we allow council officers to probe into the medical records of both staff and elected members to determine if an opiate found on drug testing is in fact a medical prescription or an illicit drug? So I think that Alderman Zuko's amendment is just vexatious, having a crack at the previous...
Lord Mayor, I resent that. It's sort of vexatious. It was something I supported previously.
Understand.
Thank you.
But it's not a point of order. I'm not going to rule on that because it is part of general debate. As we've talked about before, the bar for a point of order on the basis of it being offensive is very high, and the word vexatious is probably not high enough. Okay, so we are onto this amendment now, yes. And I'd really like to deal with this amendment because we've really got to keep the focus. We've already got a big amendment, and now we've got another amendment. So I'm just trying to manage the debate.
Through you, Chair. So I just think it's a very important distinction here. So we have an amendment on foot from Alderman Zuko around drug testing and elected members. I can give some comments on that if you like, because I have looked at that at the past council. But in terms of drug testing and staff, that's not part of the present debate. And further to that, I'm of the view and have given advice that falls under Part 7, that it's a CEO delegation. It's not actually something for council. So we just need to be very clear on understanding what it is we're debating here in terms of the amendment and the substantive.
Right. Lord Mayor, I wasn't seeking...
No, I'm not saying you were. I'm not saying you were. I'm not saying you were.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put Alderman Zuko's amendment that something around drug testing be included in this report. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Sherlock.
And against?
Councillor Dutto, Councillor Kelly, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and Lord
Okay, so if there's any further discussion on the report that's really important to add to the debate at this point?
I just did want to speak briefly. I do support this amendment of the original motion, but I don't support Part 3 about site visits to peer communities to discuss how we've dealt with getting our working with vulnerable people cards. I just feel that's something that can be dealt with a phone call. It's certainly not a compelling reason to fly interstate.
All right, it's a...
The peer communities that were named are interstate. So I just have a bit of trouble with this particular one, given that I don't think it's a compelling reason for a flight, and that we did pass a motion in August saying that reasons must be compelling for flights. So I just wondered if we could just change that slightly to something like, you know, it says the potential for site visits. Could we say something like the potential to discuss this with councils that have already assumed a CSA preventative role?
You'd need to check that with the mover and the seconder if they want to accept that.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, did you second? Yeah. Okay, so we've just changed that to, instead of potential for site visits to 2 peer communities, it's potential to discuss this with councils that have already assumed a CSA prevention role. Then from role it goes on, same words.
So that's been accepted by the mover and the seconder as an to change that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, do you need to sum up, Alderman Bloomfield?
Look, I'm just grateful that we've been able to have a robust discussion on this. I feel that it's a strong step in the right direction. I appreciate the legal advice showing the difficulties, because I do appreciate that is the case. I would mostly like to remind the room, however, when I put just a question out to the public overwhelmingly thought, but I thought you already had one. Or, why on earth don't you have one? In which case, I realised that we have an incredible gap between reality and expectation, and we need to breach that very quickly. So this was a way of doing that. It is not pushing any individual doing something not particularly comfortable with, because I believe, well, I've been doing it myself, it's not actually an easy thing to get all the pieces of paper together. But I do feel it is the right thing for the right reasons, and I do believe that we will lead the community and give them the comfort in knowing that we wish to do this and it's the right thing for the right time.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 28 is responses to questions without notice. Would someone like to move those? Been received. Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 29 is questions without notice. Would anyone like any?
I'm afraid I have quite a number, Lord Mayor.
You don't have to ask them.
Well, I'm going to.
Can you make sure that they're provided in writing as well? But you can read them into the record now, but make sure they are provided in writing, please.
Stand for this one? Yes. So question one, just with regards to, and just for clarity, these were to be asked at the planning meeting that we just had that was unfortunately aborted. With regards to the Sandy Bay Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan discussion paper, I'm interested in the source of the figure in that discussion paper regarding the need to house 7,850 new residents in those two suburbs by 2042, a figure that is apparently based on population growth projections in the Greater Hobart Plan. The Greater Hobart Plan does actually give specific projections for expected urban growth around Greater Hobart, but those projections show growth in the Sandy Bay area of only about 2,500 new residents. So just given the lack of clarity around the calculation of this figure of 7,850, I'm seeking information about the source of the figure and also the workings used to derive that figure from the wider population predictions in the Greater Hobart Plan and possibly Strellis. Just being a bit of a maths teacher there and asking for the workings. So that's question one. Question two, just at our last planning meeting, which is now our previous, it was 2 planning meetings ago, Councillor Harvey asked about the removal of signs related to a community campaign about UTAS, a campaign that he coincidentally doesn't support. But I also support the anti-cable car movement, so can I just clarify whether residents with anti-cable car signs will be also caught up in this push to remove community signage from the properties of concerned residents? That's part one of that question. And part two, the anti-cable car signs have actually been up on fences for the best part of 5 years. I'm just wondering why it is that a community campaign about UTAS appears to be the trigger for a crackdown on signage.
It was a question.
Councillor Lohberger, some of those aren't really easy for the staff to take on notice because there's a bit of political commentary.
Just clarifying whether residents with anti-cable car signs will be caught up in the push. I guess I can drop point two if you'd like.
I don't know whether we've even received...
Through you, Chair, Director Abbey will tell me if I've got this wrong, but my experience is normal practice is that we respond if there is a particular complaint. So, for example, if somebody complains about a particular class of sign that requires a permit and it doesn't, then we are required to look at that. Whereas if there's another thing that we haven't got on our radar or haven't had a complaint, we may not have.
I think the Director did indicate at the time that something was actually occurring.
Chair, perhaps if I can clarify, in response to Councillor Harvey's question, I indicated that further advice will be provided on this issue and can cover the sorts of issues that have been raised tonight as well.
I think the advice will be generic. It won't be about one particular campaign, so it'll be about the planning scheme.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Question three, just earlier this month it was announced that Launceston City Council has introduced 38 parking bays for e-scooters around the Launceston CBD, and e-scooters are now barred from parking on footpaths in that CBD, apart from in these designated parking bays. I just have a couple of questions about that. One is, given the use of mandatory parking bays is clearly possible for e-scooters, is Hobart looking to adopt a similar parking system to help remove obstructive e-scooters from footpaths in the CBD? And part two, the trial of e-scooters in Hobart ended in December last year, and the council empowered staff in February of this year to negotiate a contract with a single provider. Just wondering when those new contract arrangements will be decided and announced.
Through you, Lord Mayor, my understanding is that we are in the final stages of tender evaluation for an e-scooter operator as we speak.
Thank you.
In terms of the parking one, did you want to take that one on notice?
Look, I can speak from memory to the terms of the tender documentation. So we do propose parking zones, and as you may remember, when we tabled, there are various conditions, but I think, Lord Mayor, to give a completely accurate response, I will have the officer who's looking after that project come back with some specifics about what's happening there.
Fantastic. Thank you, CEO. Question 4. Given the information now coming to light about the extreme weight of trackless trams and other large battery-powered transit vehicles and the associated damage they are causing to roadways due to their weight, do we have any information about weight tolerances for heavy vehicles on our road network in Hobart, especially those roads currently used by bus services? Question 5, we're just about there, it's the last one. I've noticed the outside lanes on several feeder roads in Hobart, especially Argyle Street, are somewhat obstructed by extremely large parked residential vehicles that are too wide for conventional parking spaces along the side of the road, and as a result they end up partially obstructing the nearest lane of traffic on the roadway. This problem is exacerbated when the vehicle being obstructed is also an extra large vehicle. I've now witnessed several issues caused by moving traffic suddenly veering into adjoining lanes on these roads.
Councillor Loberger, you're really pushing the envelope in terms of commentary before your question.
Okay. Look, most parking infringements for exceeding the parking space in Hobart are issued to vehicles that exceed the length of the space. But are council parking officers able to issue infringements for vehicles that are exceeding the width of the car parking space, and are they checking specifically for this issue when inspecting the parking of extra large vehicles? That's it.
Any other questions?
Just one small, simple one. It's one I asked earlier, and I'd asked months ago as well. I really would like the answer, a definitive answer, on the Crowther statue. Many months ago, it was highlighted that it was a common statue in Tasmania. I would like to understand what they defined as common. How many statues that are like that statue actually are in Tasmania, so that I might be able to assess what is defined as common. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, just a question. A number of these questions put in here, can they go directly to the director and be asked of them so that we could save time? Is it possible, or do we have to always bring it here? That's the only way to get answers.
No, I mean, as you know, Councillor Dutta, there is our elected member request system, so some questions can be responded to in an even faster method than waiting for it to come back via a meeting agenda. It just might be that some elected members choose to have it, the answer listed on the next council agenda, and it's then more publicly available, I guess. But the options are there for other ways. Councillor Possell. Thank
you, Lord Mayor. I just thought I'd wake up Director Reynolds with a question, if that's okay. It's the question that I tried to get out, but the item had lapsed by the time I got there. So in item number 20 on the open, there was Taswater Distributions, where we were expecting $543,000 of revenue, but we've received zip from them in the year to date. And I was just wondering if we could have a little bit of background.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. We've since received that receipt in October.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions on notice. Would someone like to move a motion to move us into the closed? Moved by Councillor Dudley, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.